moisture of the air.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, these past few months, in talking about Olga Cole, I've put a lot of emphasis on what your friend, the Olga dealer, is doing for you. Now I'd like to say a word about what you're doing for him and for us. When you realize what he's up against, I know you give him credit for a fine job under terrific wartime handicaps. But without your help, he could get nowhere. I want to thank you, the Olga customer, for your cooperation under wartime difficulties. I want you to know that we appreciate your help in putting up with conditions beyond our control which cause you inconvenience. You're being good customers now, just as you were before the war, and will be after victory when we can again deliver the coal 100%. And now your friend the Hermit has a few words to say.
Oh, stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story of Plantation Mystery? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
It doesn't matter what I told you previously. I've changed my mind.
That's what I can't understand, Mr. Grenfell.
What can't you understand?
You promised that if I would bring my family and come to this plantation with you, I should share in half the profits.
And why should you share in half of them?
Haven't I worked hard, Mr. Grenfell? Haven't I done, well, at least my share of the work?
And haven't you been paid your regular wages?
My regular wages have been pretty small, Mr. Grenfell. Not much more than we've paid the natives.
I'll not discuss the matter with you any further.
But you've got to listen to me. It isn't only myself I'm thinking
Don't
of.
give me a story about it being your family that is suffering.
Oh, not suffering exactly. But my wife hasn't been happy here on Cook's Island. She wants to go back to the States.
I see. So if I gave you a share in the banana crop, the coconut crop, and the copra, you'd leave the island.
No, sir. I wouldn't leave. I'd let Ruth take the children and return to her folks and home for a year. But unless you pay me my share, I can't do that.
I'm too busy today to listen anymore.
When I came here with you, this plantation was all run down, Mr. Grenfell. Needed so many repairs. First, the natives didn't want to work here. They said the place was haunted. I got them over that.
Well?
You never treated me like this when we worked together in New York.
I've stood enough from you. Enough of your sobbing. I lost a fortune in the States, didn't I?
Yes, you did, Mr. Grenfell. And when you lost everything, I did too.
My great-grandfather Grenfell owned this land here on Cook's Island. I borrowed money to get us transported here. Didn't I borrow money for machinery, tractors, equipment?
Yes.
Now it looks as if I may make another fortune here on the plantation. So now you want to share in my good luck. Want half of all I make. I told you, Tom Whitney, it's impossible.
Haven't I helped you to earn it?
I've stood enough. Now get out. You hear me? Get out. I signed no papers telling you I'd give you half. You have nothing on me. You don't like my decision, then quit working for me.
But I don't want to do that.
All right, stay. Stay and accept your regular wages. But right now, get out of my sight.
You just don't seem like yourself.
Get out! There's the door. Use it. Stay away from me until you can take my orders and obey them. No one is going to dictate to me.
Phil, what the world's wrong?
And you keep away from me, too.
I'll not do anything of the kind. You were having words with Tom Whitney.
Yes, I was, if it's any of your business.
Sit down, Phil. You're shaking. You're white. You shouldn't get so angry.
I've had all I can stand today.
Well, what's the trouble?
Myrna, because you're my wife, you don't have to know everything.
What has come over you lately?
Nothing.
There's something wrong, Phil. I've noticed it.
You've noticed what?
How strangely you act. How unlike yourself. And why should you fight with Tom with me? He's been so grand to us since we came here to the island.
I don't want to talk about it.
Phil, I've been thinking that you ought to give Tom and Ruth better accommodations.
Oh, you have you?
Yes. That house of theirs is no better than the ones the natives live in. And with their 3 children, it isn't fair.
I suppose you'd like to take them into this house and live with us.
Well, yes, it's so large, we could all live here.
I'll do nothing of the kind. Give him too much power and the native will think he's the owner here, not me.
What does it matter what the natives think?
It matters a lot. For some reason which I don't know, there's been a story passed down to these natives concerning great-grandfather Grenfell.
I know. Kulu's intimated it.
Of course he has. I have to keep power over them, or they might not work for me. Let them think I'm afraid of anybody, and they quit. Now, you see, I know how to run my business.
I think the natives, just as Tom Whitney and I, will appreciate kindness. We haven't been receiving it lately from you. Phil, you've changed.
I've heard enough of that, too.
Somehow today, you don't even look like yourself.
I'm going into my office. Don't talk about my affairs to me again, please.
All right, Phil.
Wait. What's that? Who just walked past this room?
I don't know. I didn't see anyone.
You heard them, didn't you?
I thought I heard someone walk past, yes.
So did I. Someone has been eavesdropping on our conversation. Hello! Hello!
I sent Kulu on an errand, Phil. He's not in the house.
Stay still.
What is it?
Be quiet. Listen. You hear someone walking?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
It sounds as if they were walking down those 3 steps right ahead of us. The ones that lead to my office.
Yes, it does, but if they were, we could see them.
If you sent Kulu on an errand, and I sent Poto over to the packing sheds for me, who can it be?
Let's go in your office and see if there is someone there.
All right. Wait a minute. Stand still.
Phil, what is it?
Be still. Don't move. Someone walking right near us. They walk a few steps and stop. A few more, and then stop. I heard it yesterday, the day before. Someone seems to be following me wherever I go.
Let's go to your office.
Yes. Well, there isn't anyone in here.
No. No, it must have been our imaginations. Phil!
Yes.
Look, the door.
The door.
It's swung shut slowly all by itself.
As if someone's seen hand was gradually closing it. Listen. That's walking. Someone is still moving outside.
And a laugh. An awful laugh.
I'm going to find out what this is all about.
What's wrong? Can't you open it?
No. It doesn't seem to be locked. But it seems as if someone is holding this door. I can't pull it open.
I'll help you, Phil. Someone is holding it.
Sure they are?
Kulu, is it you? Let us out the door.
Poto! Is it you? Let us out.
Well, certainly they wouldn't hold the door against us. It's someone with tremendous strength.
Someone is trying to play tricks on me. I'll fix them.
Oh, Phil.
Wait. Look.
Why, it just opened. As easy as anything. They're walking again.
So close to us, we could reach out and touch whoever it is. The laugh again. Those natives are playing tricks on me. 3 days, 3 nights I've heard this sound of walking and weird laugh. Now you hear it. I tell you, if I don't find out what it is, it will drive me mad.
Come back in and sit down. We'll question Poto and Kulu. They may be able to give us an explanation.
I'm going to have this house guarded day and night. I'll find out what it is.
Sit down, Phil. You're going to make yourself ill.
Who could have been holding that door? And who could be walking near me all the time? And yet be so invisible that I can't see them? There's only one answer. Someone is trying to play a trick on me. Attempting to frighten me. Get me out of this house.
Look. Was the door to your strongbox open when we came in here before?
No.
It is now.
Simply.
What did you have in it?
Money. Money. Every cent of money that I made on a banana transaction. It's gone.
But how did anyone get in here? We just stepped out for a minute.
Gone. Every bit of money gone.
I can't understand.
Someone came in here, took it.
But how did they get in without us seeing them?
I see it all now. Through this window, this open window. That's how they got in.
While we were trying the door?
Yes. And I know who it was. I know who it is trying to devil me.
Who is it, Phil?
Getting the natives lined up against me, I know now.
But who?
I'll have him jailed for this, the thief. Stealing my money, trying to drive me mad so he can own this plantation. I know who it is. It's Tom Whitney. He is going to jail for this.
What's wrong with the natives tonight, Kulu?
They mad. Very mad.
Why, Kulu?
They no like Master Grenfell
But tell me why, Kulu.
or put Master Whitney in plantation jail. They no like.
Can't you explain to them that he stole Mr. Grenfell's money?
They say he no take it.
Then, do they know who took it?
They say plantation haunted. Strange men, dead men. He take money.
Oh, nonsense. You know better than that. How could some dead person take money?
Kulu no say. Plantation haunted. Kulu father, he tells story to him.
That's silly. Can't you get the natives to stop beating drums and that horrible chanting?
Oh, Kulu no stop him.
Where's Toto?
He with others. He say he no work this house. Kulu go too. Strange sound. Strange walk-in house. Kulu hear it.
But you can't leave me, Kulu. Please ask the natives to stop.
They stop. Maybe you take boss man out jail.
But Mr. Grenfell won't do that, Kulu. He thinks Mr. Whitney is guilty. He thinks he's hidden the money away.
Kulu say no. Native workers say no. They all go.
Let them leave, then.
Somebody come in darkness.
Yes, I see coming this way. Oh, it's Ruth.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ruth. Come up on the porch. Kulu, you tell the natives to disperse. Get away from this house.
Kulu go tell what Lady House say.
Sit down, Ruth.
Where's Mr. Grenfell, Myrna?
He's sitting in his office.
Do you suppose it will do any good to talk to him?
I don't know, Ruth.
You know Tom is innocent. You know he wouldn't take money.
I don't know what to say. Tom and Phil had an argument the day it was stolen.
I know. Tom came right over to our quarters and told me about it. He was right there at the time the money was stolen. Myrna, you know I don't lie.
I've tried to talk to Phil, but it isn't any use.
Tom wouldn't take anything that didn't belong to him.
But he thought Phil had mistreated him. Oh, Ruth, why don't those natives stop that horrible beating of the drums?
They won't. Not as long as Mr. Grenfell keeps Tom in prison. They're in sympathy with him.
And it only causes more trouble. The Phil says that he won't let them dictate to him. He thinks they want to drive him off the plantation.
Myrna, I'm going in and plead with your husband. He can't mistreat Tom this way. They've been friends for years.
You can go talk with him, Ruth, but I can't promise that it'll do any good.
Tom says he can keep him there forever, as long as he's innocent. But I can't have this happen.
I hope you can get him to change his mind.
Oh, wait. Who was that, Myrna?
Where's Phil? It's coming from his office. Hurry. We're coming, Phil. We're coming.
Mr. Grenfell, what is it? What's happened?
Water. Get me water.
You stay with him, Ruth. I'll go get the water.
What's happened? What is it?
He almost got me. Almost killed me.
Who did? What happened?
Oh, water. Tell her to hurry. I'm choking.
She'll be here in just a moment. What? Mr. Grenfell, there are huge red marks on your neck.
Yes, he almost killed me.
Here, drink this.
Oh,
Look at his neck, Myrna. He says someone tried to kill him.
Oh, Phil.
I'll find out what this is. I'll find out.
Can you tell us what happened?
I don't know exactly. I was sitting here at my desk, adding up my accounts. And all of a sudden, I heard that walking we heard the other day.
Yes.
It was right outside this room. But I didn't move. I thought perhaps I could catch whoever it was. So I sat perfectly still. Throughout my life,
Yes, Phil.
while I was sitting here perfectly still, I heard the walking. Who is it? Who's there? Is it you, Kulu? Toto. What do you want? Get away from me! Get away! Help! I tried to get you to hear me. But the ladies were making so much noise outside you didn't come.
We heard you call for help.
Yes, we came immediately.
It seemed as if you would never come. But whoever it was left as suddenly as they came in.
We didn't see anyone, Phil.
You see, Mr. Grenfell, it must be the same person who took your money. You see, it wasn't Tom. He's in jail.
Oh, we've got to get away from this plantation. We've got to.
It may not have been your husband, Mrs. Whitney. But he's hired someone to kill me.
You know he wouldn't do such a thing.
I don't know anything of the kind. But this I do know. No one will drive me away from this plantation, never. And when I find out who it is that's trying to make away with me, when I find out who is working for Tom with me, I'll have them both killed. Both of them.
Like again.
You hear that? Someone walking outside this room.
Again. Here again. That'll get to me stand.
Look! There's something white standing there in the doorway.
I'll stop this.
Phil!
I'll stop whoever it is.
Don't you
Stop
cry
it,
like
man.
that! Stop! Stop!
Trying to kill me.
And Phil shot at the figure that stood in the doorway, at the hideous laugh, and the strange walking. Who is it? Huh? The Hermit will tell you before the night is done.
I have a thought to fire at you in connection with that good Olga Cole. When you think of war as we know it today, there are no non-combatants. Everybody gets hit in some way or other by the gasoline shortage, the food shortage, the paper shortage, or the fuel shortage. The way to win the war fast is to give war needs a number one priority. That puts us ordinary civilians way down on the list. It pinches us on a lot of things, and when we're pinched, we howl. Well, that's as it should be. We're lucky enough to live in a country where we're free to howl to our heart's content. But we're also free to know that the things we do without are helping us to keep our freedom. So if and when your friend, the Olga dealer, hasn't any of that good coal, or can't deliver the size or quantity you'd like, remember, it's the war. I often think our dealers wish they were in the service or on some other job that's nice and quiet compared to keeping customers supplied with coal. And I'll even go so far as to guess that when they can't sleep nights, instead of counting sheep, they spell OLGACOAL over and over again to themselves until they drop off out of this troubled world and get a bit of rest until the next morning when the alarm clock reminds them that they'll have to face the telephone again. But I'll not be able to face the Hermit if I take any more of his time, so come on in, Hermit.
And Phil accuses Photo of working for Whitney, jails him, lets it be known that he's going to get rid of him. And then, a few nights later...
Kulu, where are you going? Kulu, you can't leave me all alone with Mr. Grenfell. He's ill.
Kulu, leave house.
Where are all the natives? Where'd they gone?
Native meet top volcano hill. Kulu go to.
Don't you understand? Mr. Grenfell is ill. I can't be here alone with him.
Kulu come back. Maybe.
You mustn't take sides with the natives. You know Poto was found lurking near the rear of the house. You know he tried to kill Mr. Grenfell.
I go now.
Please hurry back.
Maybe come back later. Go now.
Come in.
Phil, Kulu just left to join the others.
Let him go. Where did he say the natives had gone?
They're meeting on top of Volcano Hill.
Just what I thought. They're planning to take Whitney and Poto out of the jailhouse. But they won't do it. I've got help coming from the town. They should be here in an hour or so.
I think we should get away from here. It's been terrible these last few days.
I'll never leave.
What's more, I think you should give Whitney his freedom.
Don't talk to me. Give him his freedom and let him get the whole native force to work for him. Let him make my plantation go to ruin unless I give him part share in the crops.
Well, don't you think you ought to give him his share and stop all this?
I never will. They'll have Poto strung up for trying to take my life.
Poto claims he didn't. You're ill, and you seem to be turning anywhere for revenge.
That's it, is it? You want someone to kill me, do you?
Oh, no.
Maybe you're at the bottom of all this, along with Whitney and the natives.
Phil.
They're going to make a fortune here, just as my great-grandfather before me. You can all leave me if you want to.
But your great-grandfather died of fever on this island, didn't he? What good did all the money do him?
He left a fortune for my father's father, didn't he?
Yes, and your grandfather was smart enough to get out of this country.
I'll leave, too. As soon as I've made money. As soon as I get rid of Whitney and subdue these natives, I'll make it.
Don't get so excited. It's not good for you. Now, you see, you're shaking again. You better let me take you to your room.
All right, I'll go. As soon as the authorities come from town, tell them to guard this house night and day.
I will. Now come to your room and go to bed. You're so weak. Here, lean on me.
Yes. I'll be all right. If I could only get Poto to confess that it was he who tried to kill me.
Well, you aren't sure, are you?
I'll never be sure. But someone tried to do away with me.
It's all been so strange, so weird.
Light the light.
All right.
Get me upset again and I won't be able to sleep.
Oh, now I've forgotten your medicine.
What I've never been able to figure out was if it was Poto standing there the night I shot it, why didn't I hit him?
I don't know. Only I guess he had vanished in the house before you shot.
Yes, that's it. And that's why he was found at the rear of the house. He had run out into the garden. When I chased him, he yelled to me that it was he, so I wouldn't shoot.
Yes. Now, don't think about it tonight. I'll go downstairs and get your sleeping powder, and you get ready for bed.
No one will drive me away from this plantation.
I'll be right back, Phil.
Oh. Who closed that door? Who closed it? There's someone in this room? I can't see them. What is it? Oh, help! Get away from me!
Phil, the natives are coming this way with lighted torches. They're coming straight for this house. Look out the window, you see? Here they come. Phil, what is it? What's happened? Oh, great heavens. Look at his neck. All red, huge marks. Phil, can't you speak to me? They're setting fire to the house. Help! Stop! My husband! Help! Here! Hey, Mr. Grenfell, do you hear me? The house is all afire! Help! We'll burn to death! Help! Phil is unconscious. I can't move him out of here. Someone save us!
We've got to get out of here.
Tom, look. It's Phil. He's dead or dying.
I'll carry him. You get out of here as fast as you can. Here, wrap this blanket around you. Go by the back stairs.
Oh, Tom, why are they burning our house?
Never mind. Get out of here. The natives have gone mad. Can you make it?
Which way?
To the left, down the back stairs. Hurry. It's getting a good start. This wall may cave in. Keep running. Far away from the house.
Oh, you're safe, Tom. What's happened to Mr. Grenfell?
Put him here on the ground, Tom.
Phil.
Was he overcome?
No, it's worse than that. I found him in his room unconscious. Huge marks on his throat.
Phil. Mr. Grenfell.
What is it, Tom? What is it?
It's all over, man. Phil is dead.
Oh, then whoever it was returned and killed him.
What native could it be? They were all together.
Yes. Kulu came just a few minutes ago with a crowd of natives to get me and Poto out of jail.
They killed him. And they're burning our house to the ground.
House all gone.
Kulu, look. Mr. Grenfell. Someone killed him.
What native is responsible for this, Kulu?
Native no kill him. House, bad house, gone now. Strange men no haunt house no more.
Kulu, you stay with the girls. You'll find out in the morning what he means. I'm going to stop the natives and keep the fire from spreading to the sheds.
Oh, Ruth. Please, God. He's dead.
They found this old box hidden under the floor of the room Mr. Grenfell used for an office.
Did you read all the letters, Tom? And everything it says?
Yes, I took the liberty of reading them before I brought them to you to read.
I finished reading them. So Phil's great-grandfather outdid a man of his rightful share to plant this plantation?
According to the letters, yes.
And the man committed suicide after he wrote the letter to old Mr. Grenfell, telling him he would haunt this plantation?
Yes. And in the diary left by the great-grandfather Grenfell, he speaks of hearing strange footsteps, like you told Ruth and me about last night.
Well, why had Phil's father never told him of this?
I think because Phil's great-grandfather died a strange death out here. And instead of destroying his letters and diary, the old man must have buried them. I don't think Phil's father or his grandfather ever knew what occurred.
That's why they left this property, though, and came east?
Yes. Of course, the natives have always said this was haunted land.
Then Phil tried to cheat you. And the soul of the man who had been cheated came back and had his revenge.
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
Phil changed out here. He must have taken on the characteristics of his dead ancestor. It's like transmigration from one soul to another. And with it, the return of a tortured, mistreated man to bring about justice.
solved. A haunted soul did return for revenge. Yes. Turn on your lights. Turn them on.
You've just listened to the 410th story by the Hermit, made possible through the courtesy of the Carter Coal Company, producer of Olga Coal and your friend, the Olga Coal dealer. That word friend is full of meaning for you these days. The dictionary defines it as one who entertains for another such sentiments of esteem, respect, and affection that he seeks his society and welfare. Now, isn't that just about a perfect definition of the man who looks after your coal needs? I don't really have to tell you that you can trust your Olga dealer to look out for your interests. You know he appreciates your patronage and wants to keep you on his side. Sure, I know nowadays he can't always give you as much coal as you'd like as promptly as you'd like it, and he can't always even give you the kind of coal you'd like or the size you'd prefer. But you can count on him to do his best. In these war days, that's all anyone can do. So don't shop around for coal. And above all, don't get panicky about deliveries. After all, these shortages are never as bad as you think they'll be. You're still eating and wearing shoes and clothing, aren't you, in spite of what you've heard? Well, the chances are you'll not freeze either. And remember the reason for all the shortages. What you don't get is going to help those boys of yours and ours at the fighting fronts. By saving every bit of coal you can, you're doing your part on the home front. And remember, when you do order coal, ask for Olga Coal, spelled O-L-G-A by name. Olga Coal is a good buy because of its smokeless, dustless, economical qualities, so keep on asking for it. And keep on buying war stamps and bonds till it hurts the enemy so badly, he'll throw up his hands and surrender. Buying war stamps and bonds is one way that everyone can help win the war, regardless of age, health, means, or occupation. Every penny you citizens of the United States and Canada put into war stamps and bonds weighs the balance that much further in our favor against the Japs and Nazis. Buy war stamps and bonds, and don't stop until the enemy gives up.
And the Hermit has more stories for you. Listen in again next week for my hounds howling. I'll tell you the story of the Haunted Theater. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
Jack Lellman speaking.
Company and the dealers of Olga Coal present The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I saw a movie the other night that applied both to Olga Coal and to you. It had to do with the American shipbuilding program. One of the workers looked right out at the audience from the screen and explained that these new vessels aren't being built only in the shipyards, but everywhere in the country. The parts and materials come from practically every state in the Union. He went on to say that nowadays the coal mines aren't just digging coal, they're digging ships. In other words, coal is a basic raw material, which explains why you might not always be able to get as much of that good Olga coal as you've been accustomed to, as quickly as you've been accustomed to getting it. But I know you'll be patient, and I know you'll cooperate when you realize the reason for any delays or shortages that may occur. The reason is that coal is helping to win the war. Besides, Olga coal is so good that it's worth waiting for. Remember, when you have Olga, you have one of the smokeless coals, which means that it's clean burning. You can have a comfortable home with less furnace tending than usual because this coal holds its fire so long. And you find it possible to keep fuel bills down because of Olga's extra heat content. I'll tell you at the end of the program how to find your Olga, spelled O-L-G-A, dealer, and he'll tell you the rest of the story. And now, suppose we let the Hermit tell his.
Oh, stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story of the Crimson Hand? Huh? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
Mother, imagine you turning up in Paris at a time like this.
What do you mean?
Great Scott, man. Everyone who has 2 coins to rub together is leaving.
You're still here, Max?
Naturally, I haven't 2 coins. Add to that the fact that I'm a broken-down journalist, and you know why I'm sticking around.
Then me too, but...
Help, you're a sight for sore eyes. Don't think I'm not glad to see you. How's Margaret?
Swell. We're anxious to find a place to live. Margaret wants to do some painting, and I've got a story that wants to be written.
Say, how would you like to live in state for a few months?
I haven't sold the story yet.
Now, listen, old man. I know of a place on Route 1 you can rent for a song.
Yeah?
You remember hearing about Lear and Paul Perron?
No.
Well, sure, I've written a dozen articles about them.
Don't remember.
Well, Lear took her jewels and silver and her fabulously wealthy husband and sailed for America about a month ago. I give her credit. She could see the handwriting on the wall. They're gone for good.
So?
So their house is for rent. I saw the agent just yesterday at lunch. He said everyone was moving out of Paris. No one wanted to move in. So there you are. Where do I get my hat? I'll take you over to meet him. In 15 minutes, you'll have the keys to number 5 Rue Loire.
There's something strange about this old house, Temple. Silence is heavy and mysterious. It's as if the hours are waiting behind closed doors, ready to come out and strike doom.
Margaret was speaking of the old house we rented at number 5 Rue Loire. We rented it 4 months before tragedy struck the city. 4 months before the arrogant Nazis marched down the boulevards of the most light-hearted city in the world, Paris. Margaret and I had dreamed of coming here years before when we were students at Berkeley. We had hoarded pennies to come here where I might do some writing and Margaret would paint. And now we were settled in the old-fashioned house of a rich couple who'd gone to America. It was filled with treasures, library of priceless first editions, rich, heavily embroidered draperies and tapestries, oriental rugs and dark mahogany pens. I told Margaret it was a lavish display of wealth that made the place seem harmless.
Nonsense, Temple. It's not the ostentatious display that gets me down. The atmosphere of every room. It's dark and foreboding.
If we could afford to have servants so that you could hear people moving around, it wouldn't seem so strange to you.
Maybe not.
Oh, I should never have allowed Max to talk me into renting it. Too lavish for us.
You said it. We've been here 2 weeks, and I haven't put a brush to the canvas.
My typewriter's got any dust.
And if you don't take me to some gay place for dinner right now, I shall be seized with a desire to throw one of these Cloisonne vases at you.
Put on your best ribbon tucker. Here we go. Remember the place Max told me about just off the Rue Washington where they sell the best spaghetti this side of heaven? So we took to hunting out cheerful places to eat. Places where there was lots of light and laughter and smart conversation. Our house, which we had rented for a sermon, wasn't turning out successfully. Margaret was right. There was an atmosphere over every room in the house. A feeling that persisted during all hours of the day, as well as making you sleep fitfully at night. It had been murmuring over and over to myself. Coming events cast their shadows before. Coming events cast their shadows before. We had lived at number 5 Rue Loire for about 10 days before the first weird thing occurred. It was raining that night. A steady downpour. We had a late dinner and returned by cab to our new address.
Wait, Temple. I want to put my head on my coat before I step off Miss Cloudburst. Walk from the cab to the house will turn me into a French dress.
Well, sit here in the cab. Madame Brown must have left an umbrella in the stand. I'll bring it out.
Never mind, I'm ready for the dash. Here it goes.
Got the key right here. Well, an important storm.
Even this museum should be welcome on a night like this.
I like the log in the library. That should be the most comfortable room on a night like this.
Are you sure the roof doesn't leak in this house? I can feel the rain falling on me right now.
Margie, you should be the writer in this family. Your imagination works overtime.
You know it's as damp as a tomb in here.
Well, Wait 5 minutes. This fire will make the room as warm as toast. Throw up your chair.
If you don't mind, I think I'll sit right in the fire.
No. Isn't this cozy?
It's better.
Give me the right smile, and any minute I'll go fix you a cup of hot chocolate.
Oh, that would taste good.
At your service, milady.
You're in a happier mood tonight, Temple.
Oh, I feel better. You know, I think I'll be up early tomorrow morning and start my story. I'm through wasting time. I'll be back in a minute with hot chocolate. Marcus, what is it?
Look, behind those draperies at the window.
What do you think you saw? Someone peeking in?
Look.
Okay. Well, if there was anyone at the window, they're gone now. Well, we could have heard you scream all over Paris.
I didn't see anyone looking in at the window. I saw a hand.
Margaret.
I did. It reached right around the draperies. I saw the fingers. They were bright red, covered with blood.
Oh, what's got into you? You know, such a thing is impossible. If you saw a hand, there would be a person. There's no one behind here. You see?
I don't care what you say, or how impossible it seems. I saw a hand red with blood.
I'm not going to allow you to let your imagination run away with you this way. I'm going back to the pantry and fix the hot chocolate, just as I intended to do.
Temple, don't you dare leave me. I don't want any hot chocolate. I want to get out of this house.
Oh, honey, you know that's impossible. I've paid 3 months' rent here. We can't afford to move out.
You can stay. I'm leaving.
Now, wait a minute. You've allowed your nerves to get the better of you.
Temple, look at this book on the table.
Yes, I see it.
But you're not looking closely. See? There's a crimson stain on this book. Just as if the hand had touched it.
That's not a fresh stain, Martin.
What does it matter? I picked up this book before. I know the stain was never written till tonight.
Nonsense.
Stop calling everything I say nonsense. You know that I'm observing. And I say the stain was never on this book until tonight.
All right. Let's forget about it now and go to bed. It'll calm your fears any. In the morning, I'll call the police and have them look around the house. Please, Margaret, don't sit there staring wildly. Nothing is going to harm us. Just the atmosphere of this house and your imagination. You finally let it get you down. Come on, dear. We'll get out of this room. The hours of the night inched along. I knew Margaret was not sleeping. Neither was I. Outside, the rain was still coming down. It made a mournful sound against the window panes. I was ashamed to find that I, too, was allowing my imagination to get the better of me. I could actually believe that the rain was a million fingers tapping on the panes. And then I heard another sound. Did I? Oh, of course not. It was fancy running around again. What was it? Sounds like someone was tapping on the door.
What did you say, Temple?
Oh, was I talking out loud?
Yes. I know what you said. Someone was tapping on the door.
Gosh, for a minute I did think that. But it's just the rain against the windows.
No, it isn't, Temple. Look. The door tapping on the door. I read it.
Who's out there? I say, who's out there? Oh, listen, that was foolish. Just damn foolishness. We know very well there's no one outside this door.
I'm not sure. Neither am I. Temple, something is coming right through the door. Look at it, flying around the room. Do you see? It's a hand. A human hand flying around in there.
Yes, flying in space in the bedroom of Margaret and Temple Hunter is a human hand attached to nothing. How and who will explain this strange phenomenon to the two frightened people This weird psychomancy. The Hermit will get you before the night is done.
We can give the Hermit a hand, since I have one in tonight's story, but I can give you a helping hand in the job of heating your home. The most important thing is good coal, and one way to be sure of that is to place your orders well in advance and ask for Olga coal. Olga is worth waiting for, even though your dealer may not always be able to give you the usual overnight delivery service. We may not even have the exact size of Olga you've been using, but most furnaces or room heaters can use either of several sizes with complete satisfaction. So may I suggest that if your dealer doesn't happen to have the exact size Olga coal you've been using, you take another size, if all the same good coal of a smokeless type. No matter what the size, you get the benefit of the same extra high heat content, which can meet an adequate heating job with less coal. The same long-burning quality that can enable you to cut down on furnace tending, and the same ready response to the dampers, which can mean a more evenly heated home without waste of coal. One more suggestion. Keep your furnace or room heater clean so you don't waste coal. Incidentally, if you put in Olga coal, chances are your heating system can stay cleaner. I'll tell you at the end of the program how to find your Olga dealer. That name is spelled O-L-G-A. Now, suppose we let the Hermit get back to the matter in hand.
It is the next night, and in the library, where the night before, Margaret first saw the vision of the Crimson Hand, set three people, Temple, Margaret, and their friend the journalist, Max Hanson. Listen.
So that's the story, Max. You can see why we didn't call in the police.
Yeah. If it were anyone but you two telling me the story, I'd think you'd taken to the opium pipe.
After such an experience, it's enough to drive anyone to it.
All day I've been trying to convince myself it was an hallucination.
But it wasn't. Max has got to take you to that agent and get our money back so we can move out of here.
It's going to be difficult to make him believe a story like this.
I don't care if it is. We're leaving here as soon as we can get back.
Sure, don't stay because of me. You come over to my place tonight. There's just one thing I want you to do. After all, I am a journalist, and if there's anything to your story, I'd like to see it repeated.
It probably never will happen again.
Kemp, you're not trying to pull my leg, are you?
I don't blame you for asking that question, but the answer is no.
Well, after you saw the hand flying around in your room, what then?
It just seemed to disappear. We got up and dressed, called a cab, and went out for breakfast. We spent the rest of the day hunting for you. We haven't been near the house until we came in just now with you.
And this is the book you spoke of, Margaret?
Yes.
This is one of Paul Perron's favorite philosophers. Kind of strange he didn't take the book with him.
Max, tell me something about the couple who lived here.
Oh, they were colorful. I thought you'd remember some of the things I'd written about them. You didn't. Leela Perron was one of the most beautiful women I've gazed upon. Soft brown hair, light brown eyes, very unusual almond shape, ivory skin, a lithe, slender body. Oh, you can't describe her. She was just different. Her mind, her thoughts. And Paul, well, he was the type you'd cast in the cinema as the super successful businessman because of the steel gray hair and smile. But he is the intellectual artist, kind and warm, like old wine.
And very wealthy.
Yes, very wealthy and older than Leela. But I've never known a couple so much in love as these two. I was here in this house the night before they left for America. In this very room, sitting in a chair Temple is in now. Paul sat where Margaret is sitting, and Leela on a stool at his feet. And this book we speak of, Paul had it in his hands. Leela was looking up at him.
I'm so awful for you to leave the things you love.
You mean my books, my treasures?
Oui.
They are things I love. But their degree compared to you is slight.
Ah, you will love America, Paul. It is new and shining.
How do you know? You have not been there since a little girl.
Oui. But Max, he tells us all that the ring tells us. But Paris, every day she grows more like an old woman whose body decays with the years.
Only the fear of doom. And I am afraid.
Lisa, afraid? Never has she been afraid of anything.
Only growing old and being swallowed up by time. Our friends, they are gone, and time, it is heavier now. Oh, Pearl, you are so good to take me to America. Look, in my handbag are the tickets. I will sleep with them under my pillow tonight. They are tickets to freedom. Freedom from growing old in a dying Paris.
Paris. It will never die, Lisa.
You hear what Max told us. The French don't lay blind man's ghost with the Nazis. He was not frightened.
Paris will never die. Persons like us, we should be true to the Paris that has rocked us gently in its arms and fed our happiness.
Oh, no, Paul. You must not talk like that. Put your elbows down. Let us get out of this room. It is stifling me. It is reaching out, trying to hold us here. Come, Max. Come, Paul, let us go out and sing and be gay on our last night in Paris. Come quickly. Stop the wind.
So we went out. And I said goodnight to them and goodbye in one of the bright cafes. They were happy and singing. Paul had forgotten that his heart was wrapped up in Paris. He was shouting, off to freedom.
Then she, too, was afraid of the freedom. The sight was hers.
Yes, but she had seen no strange phenomenon as you had.
She got away just in time. For there is something in this house. It was in this very room.
Let's see. A little past midnight. It's 2 to 1. If nothing occurs, we'll leave and forget it all. And call it a bad dream. Suits me.
I'll stay here. Either one of you will leave me. But you're willing to pack with me when it's time to leave.
Of course.
Max, do you feel something portentous about this house?
No. It only seems strange not to have Leland Paul here.
He was here many times and was filled with people. Naturally, it did not affect... Naturally, it... Margaret, what's the matter? Why did you stand up?
I'm listening. I heard it again.
Heard what?
The tapping. Listen. You're here?
Yes. Come on. Let's have a look around.
It didn't sound as if it was this library door. It was distinct, but it was far away.
Well, as you can see, there's no one out here.
No.
Stand still. Let's listen again. I hear the tapping sound, but I can't locate where it comes from. We'll keep looking.
Where are you going first?
To your room. That's where you say you saw the hand the second time. Where's the overhead lights?
Oh, here.
Nothing here.
No.
Tapping sound seems further away.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to locate what that is. It'll take all night.
We know what it is. It's a hand that does it.
Let him discover for himself, Margaret.
Let's see. This door leads to the kitchen and the servants' quarters.
I'll get the light.
Tapping is stronger out here.
It is, Max.
Temple still with me?
Have you ever been down the cellar?
We've had no reason to go down there.
We're going now. Come on.
What's down here?
Hundreds of boxes of treasures that Paul had shipped here from all over the world. And one of the finest wine cellars in the world. But it'll be locked up, waiting for the master to return. I've been down here with Paul. The last time was to get a bottle of 100-year-old port.
Wow. We've been living over something like that?
Wish I could show you. Well, you see, this is a fine hiding place for a prowler who might want to play tricks on you to get you out of the house.
Is that what you think it is, Max?
I got a hunch.
Listen.
By Jove,
It's coming from down here.
sure it is. It's in the cellar.
Behind this door?
Yes.
This is the door.
The wine cellar.
The door's locked tight. Iron door, too.
Yeah.
We've got to get it open somehow.
Set it. break the lock with this.
We can try. Give it to me. Stand back, Margaret.
Making any headway?
Yes, I think I can break the lock.
What do you think is in there, Max?
I haven't the slightest idea. But there's something behind that door making a sound.
You should have gotten the police.
And we'll scoop on a score, nothing doing.
I've got it.
Okay.
Here goes. Max, Margaret, stay back.
What is it? What is it?
The body. The body of a man. Body of a man. Max identified it before we called the police. It was Paul Perron. We've had to piece together the story of how he got there. For up to now, Lila Perron has not been found. They're quite certain she never came to America. And Paul never went anywhere but down to the cellar where his old ruins were. Someone had locked him in there and left him to die. For hours, he must have tried to make himself heard. For days, he must have tried to break open the door. His right hand was cut and covered with blood. Flesh was torn away. The bones of the wrist were broken. It seemed to be hanging to the arm by a thread. Margaret said,
You don't think his wife. You don't think that she locked him in there to die. Max, you said they loved each other so much.
I said that. I believe it. But she was afraid of growing old. And afraid of everything old. And Paul Perron was going down the hill. She wanted to find him.
I'm afraid I think, Tom.
That's what all Paris believed, too. If it hadn't been for the fact that we saw a ghostly thing, a crimson hand floating in the upper rooms of the house, why, then a few months later, the horrible crime could have been blamed to the invaders of Paris, and Lila would have gone free. But now, when they find her, she will be arrested for the murder of Paul Perron, who died a horrible death in the cellar of his house and led us to his grave by a crimson hand.
You have just listened to the 368th story by the Hermit, made possible through the courtesy of the Carter Coal Company, producers of Orga Coal, and your Orga dealer. Let him answer your questions on the fuel situation. If you are thinking of converting your furnace from your present type of fuel to coal, the Orga dealer can give you helpful advice. If you'll be patient on deliveries, it will help a lot. Everybody realizes that we're in a war. Everybody wants to do his part to win. Be sure to order Orga Coal by name. That's the only way you can be sure of getting this particular coal mined from a single seam. No other coal is quite like Orga. And when delivery is made, look for the Orga guarantee seal on the delivery ticket. It's your final assurance of getting genuine Orga coal. If you can hear this program, you should find an Orga dealer near you. Leading coal dealers in towns and cities from Manitoba to Quebec, from Ontario to the Carolinas, supply their customers with Orga. In many cities, you can locate your Orga dealer by turning to the coal section of your classified telephone directory. There you will find the dealers listed under Orga, spelled O-L-G-A. In other cities, you can obtain the name of your Orga dealer by running to the station to which you're listening. Remember, Orga is not only one of the smokeless coals, but also is given the famous Orga dustless treatment at the mine. It's the only coal which receives this patented treatment. Olga combines the maximum number of good qualities in one coal. And remember this, too. America combines so many good qualities in one nation that every American wants to buy war bonds and stamps to the limit of his ability. Every dollar put into war bonds and stamps gives a body blow to the Axis now and a helping hand to those boys of ours who are fighting for liberty the world over on land, at sea, and in the air.
More stories for you. Listen in next week for my house howling. I'll tell you the story of Seawater. How did that? Pleasant
All characters, places, or occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarly the persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental. This is Jack White speaking.
The Carter Coal Company and the dealers of Olga Coal present The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, by now we're getting a bit used to winter. We're like soldiers in the middle of a campaign, growing hardened to discomfort and better able to take it, and looking with longing toward the day when the war is won and there'll be plenty of everything again, including that good Olga coal. But like good soldiers, we can't afford to let down now that victory is in sight. We must work harder than ever to get every bit of heat from the coal we get, make it go further and use less. We must figuratively tighten the belts on our coal bins and wade into old man winter with a little less fuel and a little more heat from every ton. That can help make Hitler's ghost walk, which brings me to the Hermit, who's ready with a ghost story for you right now.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story of Hanson's ghost? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
I'm glad that you two people came to me to talk this matter over.
Well, we're glad, Dr. Thorndyke, that there is someone we can talk with before we go to see Uncle Hanson.
I'm really all against going up to his old house. But Marion feels it's because it was her father's last request before he died that she see him. Well, we decided to make the trip.
I understand.
We might as well tell Dr. Thorndyke the truth, Douglas. My father also said that Uncle Hanson has a great deal of money. He felt that it should be left to Douglas and me.
You were the only rightful heir.
Dad said that if Uncle Hanson knew us, got acquainted with us, he might come to his senses and leave some of it to us.
You make us sound awfully mercenary, Mary.
Well, it should belong to me. Uncle Hanson cheated my father out of part of the estate.
Yes, I remember. You see, Mr. Randall, your wife's uncle and I went to medical school together.
So Marion told me.
Then, when we planned to leave New York and come to see him, I thought it best that we write to you first and find out about Uncle Hanson.
I'm glad you did.
Marion wrote to her uncle and never heard from him.
I'm not surprised.
So, here we are in Mohawk. And, Dr. Thorndyke, you said in your letter that Uncle Hanson was very queer, that you wouldn't advise us to stay at his house.
True.
So, before we go there, Douglas thought you should explain to us.
Just what is wrong with him, Dr. Thorndyke?
Well, first of all, no one in Wohog ever goes to see him. Second, he lives in an old, bleak house that in itself has a grim past.
Oh.
Now, you may think I'm the one who is queer when I tell you this, but there is scarcely a person here who doesn't believe that the house is haunted.
Some old superstition,
Yes. But as far as I can see, it must have some truth to it.
And Uncle Hanson lives there all alone?
No. An old servant, a shy, crafty, almost demented-looking fellow lives there with him. I don't want to frighten you unnecessarily, but 2 years ago, I made a visit at the old house.
You saw Uncle Hanson?
Yes, at his request. You see, while your uncle and I were studying in medical school together, he had begun to show signs of strangeness.
yes?
He was experimenting with a strange theory. He believed that he could recall from the dead the soul of some individual, and that the soul he recalled could return to the body of some person living in the present.
Merciful heavens.
Terrible, isn't it?
Man must have been crazy then.
Oh, he was very serious about it.
But why work on such an inhuman theory?
Because he felt that to return a soul from the dead was the only way of perpetuating life. If he could recall from the dead a soul that had passed beyond before its time, and could get it to live in another body, then the person could go on living.
Preposterous.
He claimed that someday he would prove it. He claimed that he himself would never die, for he would get some dead soul to occupy his body. And this way he might retain perpetual life.
It's all pretty awful and muddled.
To think that such a crazy man was my father's brother.
As I started to tell you, 2 years ago, his old servant brought me a letter asking me to come that particular evening and see Dr. Hanson. I drove over to his house that night, walked to the door, rang the bell.
Yes?
It's Dr. Thorndyke.
I see. Come in.
Keep it dark in here. I can't see where I'm going.
The doctor needs it dark for his work. We don't care for the light.
Will you tell Dr. Hanson that I'm here?
He expects you. You can follow me up these stairs.
All right. Can we have a light to see by?
Your eyes will grow accustomed to the darkness like mine do.
What was that sound?
Did you hear it?
I only heard it, but I felt as if some icy hand had reached out and touched my face, almost clawed at me. There. I felt it again. Something touched my face again.
Come in.
Hello, Philip.
So you came, Thorndyke.
Yes.
I sent for you to prove my theory to you, Dr. Thorndyke.
Yes, Philip.
And don't look at me as if you thought I was demented. I'm not crazy.
I never thought you were demented. Only obsessed.
Dr. Thorndyke was visited by one of the wandering spirits on the way upstairs.
Really?
Something cold brushed against my face, if that's what you mean.
The spirits that roam this house were trying to be kind to you. Trying to get into your body. Trying to give you new life. You're lucky.
So, you're still working on that old theory, are you?
Working? I have it practically complete.
Now listen, Philip, if this is what you called me over tonight for, I can't stay and listen. I have calls to make.
You always scoffed at me, didn't you? Never believed I could do it.
Why would you want to do it, Philip?
I have found a young soul that died too soon. The spirit of a man who was stabbed by his own wife.
What do you mean?
In this very house. Yes, he lived here. We know. Don't we know, Thread?
Yes, we know.
A young man who was stabbed by his wife. She went to prison for it.
I remember the story.
But about the spirit of that man, I'm able to recall.
You did not know.
Philip, this is nonsense.
I'm about ready to call that spirit forth and get it to take abode in my body.
Philip Hanson, I won't stay here and listen to such balderdash.
You know what it will mean to me? I shall never die. Never. For once I've recalled one spirit to come and live in my body, I can recall others.
I'm leaving.
Wait, not yet. I shall never die. I shall have years and years to use my money. No one will be able to take it from me. It shall be mine for years to come, long after you are dead.
I have no desire to live beyond my time, Philip.
But I have.
I'm going.
Now, wait. I shall show you my experiment. Then you can go if you wish.
What do you have cooking in a kettle? And in these test tubes?
The essence of spirits. Turn down all the lights, Thrill.
Yes, sir.
Now I shall pass my body through the fumes coming from the steaming kettle. I shall put the fumes all about myself. Watch. And to make no sound. Now.
There is something moving there in the darkness. I see it.
Quiet.
Where's the door? Let me out of here. I shan't stay another minute. Let me out of here. Get away from me, whatever you are. Get away. Where's the door? I've got to get away. Got to get away. Get away from here. Get away. Away!
Thorndyke flees from the house, frightened by the strange, weird things he has seen. Is it true that Dr. Hanson is able to make a dead spirit return? Or is it something he and his demented servant has conjured up to frighten people away? The Hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Well, when it comes to frightening people, I'm not very good, but I'm a whiz at encouraging them, and that's what I hope I've done for you. I hope I've encouraged you to be better soldiers on the home front with these little lectures on how to save Olga coal and to cooperate with your friend, the Olga coal dealer. Suppose we look at the situation this way. We'd all like to do more to help win the war, so suppose we imagine we're all soldiers and the Olga coal dealer is the supply sergeant. Well, he's in it along with the rest of us, and he can't give out any more coal than he gets. All he wants to do is equip your coal bin to the best of his ability, and that's what he's doing. He gets gripes from every side, but he's delivering the coal as fast as he gets it, and he's trying to do so in a way that gives everyone his fair share. So don't be too hard on your Olga sergeant, folks. I know none of you envy him, and I know he wants to keep on serving you after the war is won in the manner to which you once were accustomed. So as you sit with your sweaters on and look at that thinly lined coal bin, think of the day when it will all be over. And you can once more take phone in hand and say, I want a whole bin full of that good Olga coal. That's right, the kind spelled O-L-G-A. Well, come on in, Hermit. You haven't even been here, and we've been telling ourselves stories.
And now to Marion and Randall. Dr. Thorndyke of the town of Org goes on telling the story of Marion's strange Uncle Hanson. Yeah, listen.
I'm sure I ran out of that house yelling, I've got to get away.
Oh, how horrible.
The man is positively crazy.
That's what I thought. But he did conjure up something. I saw it.
It's unbelievable.
I know it is. That's why I hated to tell the authorities. But I finally did ask them to go up there and investigate.
What did they say?
They saw him in the afternoon. They said he was sitting downstairs reading and acted perfectly normal.
What do you think?
So they reported that he was perfectly harmless. Merely a wealthy, eccentric old man who makes a study of dead spirits.
Why didn't you ever write my father of your visit?
You can see how impossible it sounds.
Yes, of course.
The more I thought about it, the more like a bad dream it seemed to be. I began to feel as if I was the crazy one.
Dr. Thorndyke, have you seen my uncle since?
No, not since.
Do you think he would harm us, Doctor?
No, I think his mind is weak, but I think he's harmless.
If we went to see him in the daytime, there'd be no danger, would there?
I don't think so. But I thought you ought to know my story first.
Marion, you don't want to go up to the house after hearing Dr. Thorndyke's story.
If Dr. Thorndyke thinks he's harmless, then to pay him a visit wouldn't be dangerous.
It's up to you, Marion.
I think we'll go. Tomorrow. And thank you, Dr. Thorndyke, for telling us your story.
Perhaps it's all over now. It may be it was only shadows. Natural shadows and natural sounds that I heard and saw in that old house. Yet it was such a weird experience. I shall never forget it.
Are you nearly ready to go down to dinner, Douglas?
Yes, dear. Just fixing my tie.
You know, the more I think about it, the more it seems as if it's Dr. Thorndyke who's demanded it.
I know it.
We've been visiting here 3 days at Uncle Hanson's, and I haven't seen him do one strange thing.
Only this creaky old house gives me the jitters in the night.
Oh, it's like all old houses.
I could have sworn someone opened our door in the night and crept in.
It's the story Thorndyke told. We're too much on our guard. Everything has a double meaning to us now.
Maybe you're right.
Sure I am. And Uncle Hanson has been awfully kind to us, and so pleased to see us.
Uh-huh.
Even this old servant of his isn't bad. He's been kind, too.
He cooks good meals for an old duffer, doesn't he?
Yes. And do you know what he said to me, Douglas?
What?
Well, he told me yesterday that Uncle Hanson was so glad we came to see him. So glad that you and I were sensible.
Uh-huh.
And that now he could die peacefully, knowing that we wouldn't waste his money for him.
Well, it's all turning out better than I anticipated.
Well, you ready to go down to dinner?
Already.
He still works in his laboratory long hours, doesn't he?
Yes.
I asked him last night to let me see it, and he said perhaps he might tonight.
Why do you want to go up there?
Oh, just to see what he does. You can see that he's completely forgotten trying to restore dead spirits. I'm not afraid of him, honey.
I guess you're right.
So I just want to see what he does do up there in that room. Maybe we can tonight.
Listen. What was that? Marion, wake up. I thought I heard our door creak open.
What, Douglas?
Sure as anything, I thought I heard our door creak open.
I was asleep. I didn't hear anything.
If there were only electric lights in this house. Where's that darn candle?
There was one on the bedside table.
I can't find a thing groping around in this dark.
You've got yourself upset from visiting Uncle's laboratory. But he did have the most queer-looking gadgets up there, didn't he?
Yes. Now, if I can only find a match. Darn it. Where did that wind come from? It blew the light right out.
Oh, why don't you forget it? You just heard some board creak. There isn't anything in here.
Darn funny creaks.
It's strange how you're more upset than I am.
I'd just as soon move out any time, I can tell you.
I'm not frightened anymore. Good night, dear.
Good night. Now, what was that sound? Marion, something cold passed over my throat. Marion.
Douglas, what is it?
Get away from me. Marion.
Douglas, there's something standing right over you. I can see it. Douglas. Oh, help!
Help!
Don't move. This won't take long.
It's Thrail. Thrail, what are you doing? Get away. Get away from here.
Leave me alone if you know what's good for you.
Get out of our room. I'm going to call my uncle.
Get his hands off my throat. Get them off my throat. Help!
Uncle Hanson, help! Help!
Let go! Let go of me!
Phil, stop!
We won't need the dead spirit of Mr. Randall. The other one has come back.
The other one has come back?
Yes, come. All of you to my laboratory. I captured the spirit trail as it wandered about the house tonight. It's hidden in my laboratory.
That is good.
If my experiment works, Trail, then it may be we can get a young spirit for you. Then you can live on, too.
Oh, Douglas.
Now, all is dark in here. Very dark. Only the fumes from my kettle. That is all.
If anyone speaks and frightens the spirit away, we'll make away with him.
Oh, Douglas, they're both crazy.
Quiet, both of you. So you thought you could get my money, did you? You thought I was going to die. No, I shall live many, many years.
Here's the kettle, Doctor.
Yes. And now the dagger that we found in this house. The dagger that was used to kill the dead spirit lurking in this room. Bring it to me. I'll stir the kettle with it.
Here it is, Doctor.
Yes. Now all very quiet, very dark, very still. And the fumes are rising. See, they cover me. Now, spirit, dead soul, wherever you are, come out. Come out. Spirit is here. Can you hear his voice? It's getting lighter. Can you see?
Look. Over there. A shadow is taking form. Look.
There is some light. It is approaching me. Look. It is coming near me.
Yes, I'm coming closer.
I see him. Look.
It's going right up to Uncle Hanson.
You wanted to call me back. Well, I am here. And I shall enter your body. Just as you wish.
Dr. Hanson, I'm disappearing.
Merciful heavens. What's happening?
Look, see. Before you stands another man. He's done it. He's no longer Dr. Hanson. The spirit has entered his body.
I'm back again. See this dagger in my hand. I'm back again. So you thought my wife killed me long ago, did you? Well, she didn't. I killed myself.
Look.
I tried to kill her just as I'm going to kill you, Thrail.
No.
Yes, just as I'm going to kill you now.
Have mercy. Dr. Hanson, come back. Take the spirit out of your body. He's going to kill me. Help! Help!
You wanted to bring me back, didn't you?
Save me. Save me. Help!
Mary,
Help!
don't move. Stand right where we are. I'll see if I can save him.
Help! Help!
Thrail, here, this way. Here. Now, stand back with me, out of the way.
Oh, look.
I couldn't kill my wife long years ago, and I can't kill you. But I can kill myself again. Yes.
What is he doing?
You brought me back into your body, Dr. Hanson, only so that I might kill myself again.
Now the dagger through my heart.
He's killed himself.
Here, let me light a candle so that I can see. Where's the candle?
Here, Douglas.
There.
Oh, it's Uncle Hanson. Look, he's on the floor, dead. The dagger through his heart.
Yes, the spirit returned and did the same act that it did when it was living. We didn't count on that.
But, Douglas, it's only Uncle Hanson here. He's killed himself, and he tried to kill his servant.
But we did hear another voice, didn't we?
Of course you did. It was the spirit that wanders this house. And that Dr. Hanson tried to get into his own body.
Oh, it's so terrible.
But it didn't work. It didn't work like he thought. The spirit came back and did the same deed all over.
The ghost returned, as Dr. Hanson wanted it to, and entered his body. But it killed, just as it had when it was on Earth before. Yes. Turn on your lights. Turn them on.
You have just listened to the 406th story by the Hermit, made possible through the courtesy of the Carter Coal Company, producer of Olga Coal, and your friend, the Olga Coal dealer. That word friend is full of meaning for you these days. The dictionary defines it as one who entertains for another such sentiments of esteem, respect, and affection that he seeks his society and welfare. Now, isn't that just about a perfect definition of the man who looks after your coal needs? I don't really have to tell you that you can trust your Olga dealer to look out for your interests. You know he appreciates your patronage and wants to keep you on his side. Sure, I know nowadays he can't always give you as much coal as you'd like, as promptly as you'd like it. He can't always even give you the kind of coal you'd like or the size you'd prefer. But you can count on him to do his best. In these war days, that's all anyone can do. So don't shop around for coal. That does no good, just causes a lot of confusion. And above all, don't get panicky about deliveries. After all, these shortages are never as bad as you think they'll be. You're still eating and wearing shoes and clothing, aren't you, in spite of what you've heard? Well, the chances are you'll not freeze either. And remember the reason for all the shortages. What you don't get is going to help those boys of yours and ours at the fighting fronts. By saving every bit of coal you can, you're doing your part on the home front. And remember, when you do order coal, ask for Olga Coal, spelled O-L-G-A, by name. Olga Coal is a good buy because of its smokeless, dustless, economical qualities, so keep on asking for it. And keep on buying war stamps and bonds till it hurts the enemy so badly he'll throw up his hands and surrender. Buying war stamps and bonds is one way that everyone can help win the war, regardless of age, health, means, or occupation. Every penny you citizens of the United States and Canada put into war stamps and bonds weighs the balance that much further in our favor against the Japs and Nazis. Buy war stamps and bonds, and don't stop until the enemy gives up.
And the Hermit has more stories for you. Listen in again next week for my hounds howling. I'll tell you the story of the devil dog. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental. Jack Lellman speaking.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Now, the Hermit.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. Murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The Blackness of Terror? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
It was 1 week ago today that Paul and I received a telegram about Papa. And since that hour, my life, my thoughts, my feelings have been deeply altered. I have learned the results of the blackness of terror, the hideousness of sin, and the horror of madness. On Wednesday last, about 10 p.m., a telegram was delivered to me. Who on earth can be sending me a wire?
Who else but your father?
But Papa always calls.
Well, before you open it, we're not going to Blue Acres this weekend. We haven't had one weekend to ourselves since we were married.
Oh, Paul, it is Papa.
I knew it.
No, you don't understand. Here.
Your father's seriously ill. Suggest you come at once. Dr. Laurie.
Papa.
Oh, now take it easy, Marlene.
He's never been ill a day in his life.
Your father's getting along in years, darling. You can't expect him not to have some bad days.
But Dr. Laurie says seriously ill, and he's usually terribly conservative. We must start at once. Oh, please understand me. I love my husband, Paul, very much. But up until the time I married, I had never left my father's side. We'd been inseparable. Ever since that dreadful morning when, as a little girl of 8 years, my papa had taken me on his lap, and after kissing me tenderly and brushing the curls back from my forehead, he had said,
"Little doll, your papa has something very sad to tell you. But you must be very brave, my darling. Your mother has left us. She has written this note to inform us."
To Terence and Marlene, life here at Blue Acres has grown intolerable for me. You're a little child, Marlene, and therefore I cannot explain some things to you. But Terence will know why I'm leaving. My little girl, try to think kindly of your mother. I would take you with me if I could, but that is impossible just now. Your father is a wealthy man, and he can give you fine things. I know at Blue Acres you will grow up to be a lady of whom I shall always be proud, and a daughter whom I will love forever.
Do not cry, my little doll. Had your mother loved you, she would never have left you. From this day forward, there'll be no mention of her name in this house. To us, she is dead.
It was some years later that I learned that my beautiful mother had left Papa and me and had run away with Philip Court, a chap the townspeople said was a worthless dauber in paint. Nothing was ever heard of my mother or him after they left Blue Acres. Nor did my father, Terence Lane, ever mention her name. He devoted his life to me. I had private tutors that came to Blue Acres to instruct me, the very best. Papa imported a master of the piano to teach me. We remained aloof from the world. The only woman in the household beside myself was Mrs. Eaton. Father always did the cleaning of the house, for Blue Acres is filled with priceless treasures. And when I would laugh at him dusting, he would always remark,
"Can't let her clumsy fingers touch this vase. It's worth $1,000 if it's worth a penny."
The years moved on, and I lived in a world of my father's creating, until this last summer when I was 21 years old. One glorious summer night when the moon made golden patterns on the terraced lawns of Blue Acres, and the waters of the colored fountains centered in the ground shot a million rainbow lights into the night, when the French doors of the music room were opened wide to let the cool night air enter in. I sat at the piano, playing the works of one of my favorite composers, Debussy. Papa was not fond of Debussy, and as soon as I began playing, he got up from his chair and went to his study. But the haunting melancholy of Debussy suited me. It was a background to my dreaming, and the somehow lonely feeling of my heart that was growing stronger as the years wore on, with only Papa for my companion. I went on playing. And then suddenly I was aware of the presence of another in the room. I felt it strongly even before I turned around.
Oh, please go on. It's beautiful. Suited to a night like this. Please.
I'm sorry, but I
don't be sorry. I'm the one who owes you an apology for my intrusion. I'm Paul Wilde. I'm spending my vacation at the Truesdales who live down the road a ways.
Oh, yes.
They told me there was a princess living at Blue Acres. But they didn't do you justice, young lady. No princess was ever quite so fair or lovely as you.
Please, Mr. Wilde.
The Truesdales also added that a dragon named Terence Lane guards the Princess Marlene with his life.
That was very unjust.
Really? Well, then, if you're not zealously guarded, how about taking a stroll with me? The night is wonderful. And if you're good, I'll reach up and pick you a necklace of stars to wear.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilde.
You won't go?
It's late.
And Papa would object?
No.
Well, then, with your kind permission, I'll call tomorrow afternoon to gain his consent for a date tomorrow night. Do I have your permission?
Well, yes.
Fine. Then do something for me now, will you?
If I can.
Play something for me as I walk away. Shall we have something light and joyous this time? Something more in tune with the happiness in store for you and me. I'll be listening for our theme song.
Paul Wilde. Only those deeply in love can understand what I mean when I say it was adoration on sight. I knew that from that second until eternity, there would be none other for me than Paul. And true to his word, he was at Blue Acres the next afternoon, asking Father's consent for an evening with me. I didn't hear their conversation, but I did hear from Papa later.
My dear, I'm an old man, wise in the ways of the world. I've spent my entire life protecting you from the vulgar of this world, the worthless. Had I protected your mother more carefully, there never would have been the scandal in this house caused by her treacherous act.
But Papa...
I have already called into the city. This Paul Wilde is nothing but a simple clerk with poor wages.
Is there never to be anyone for me?
Of course, when the time comes. But this is not the time.
I had never disobeyed my father, but I did so that night. I sent Paul a note, and we met at midnight in the gardens of Blue Acres.
My Marlene.
Say it again, Paul. It sounds so wonderful. I've never had anyone but Papa speak my name with love.
My Marlene. I have a lifetime of love to give you. A heart bursting with love for you. Do you love me, my darling?
Oh, yes, Paul.
Say it.
I love you. Oh, I love you.
And now say this. I love you enough to leave Blue Acres and marry you, Paul.
I love you enough to leave. Oh, Paul, I can't. I can't do that to Papa.
Must you give up your life to him?
No, but to leave him as Mother did.
Then will you let me go out of your life?
No. No. There were other surreptitious meetings. There were arguments, persuasions, protestations. But in the end, love won out. Paul and I ran away and were married. I will never forget the following day when Paul and I returned to face Father.
What is done cannot be undone.
Papa, you forgive me.
Yes, I forgive you.
Oh, Papa. Paul, isn't he wonderful?
You are the love of my life. And if Paul realizes this, he will not keep you absent from me for any long periods of time.
Of course not, Papa. Blue Acres will continue to be our home. But I hadn't reckoned with Paul when I made the statement. He would not quit work and live at Blue Acres off Papa's bounty, as he called it. So for the time being, we'd been spending weekends at Blue Acres. At this moment, I felt a little resentful that Paul had taken me away from Papa. We arrived at Blue Acres, and Mrs. Eaton opened the door to us, just as dawn was breaking over Blue Acres.
Oh, at last you've arrived. Come in.
Papa?
Your father's a very sick man.
What is it, Mrs. Eaton?
I think, Miss Marlene, you should let Dr. Laurie explain.
Oh, here. I'll take the luggage upstairs.
I'll go to Father.
You'll find him in his study. Doctor had a bed set up in there where it's easier for me to care for him. Besides, he seems more content there.
Hasn't Dr. Laurie gotten a nurse for Papa?
We tried it, but he wouldn't have one. We'd better knock on the door. Doctor's in there with him now.
Come in.
Papa. I ran across the room to my father's bed. I looked down at him, and then in dismay at Dr. Laurie. For my father's face was a horrible sight, twisted and pulled out of shape. And his eyes, his burning eyes, they were staring at me wildly. I reached out for his hand, cried out to him, Papa! What is it, Dr. Laurie?
Stroke.
Oh, Papa, don't worry. Dr. Laurie will get you well again. Can you hear my voice?
I'm not quite sure this morning, but I think so. He does know who you are. Come outside with me, Marlene. I want to talk to you.
I'm going in the drawing room, Papa, to talk to Dr. Laurie. I'll be right back, and then I won't leave. I won't leave until you're well again. Come in the drawing room, Doctor. I should never have left him.
Fiddlesticks. You did the right thing.
But my marriage has brought this on. He loved me so, and I love him. He's been lost with me gone.
Marlene,
Dr. Laurie, his eyes.
Yes, my dear. I was just about to talk to you of this.
What is it?
I wish I knew. Your father is suffering from some terrible fear that I'm inclined to think is nothing to do with his fear of dying.
Has he said anything about it?
He can't speak. Only the guttural sound you heard. He can't write. He can't lift his hands.
Oh, how dreadful.
What that fear is, I don't know. I've watched with him nights, and it appears that whatever causes his wild fear is worse then.
Poor Papa.
As soon as office hours are over this evening, I'll drive out here to Blue Acres. Perhaps between the two of us, we'll be able to discover what causes his distress and be able to help him.
filled my heart with sorrow to see my father suffering such pain and discomfort. And the look in his eyes, the mad, wild look, was almost more than I could bear. At last night came. I rejoiced when I heard Mrs. Eaton usher Dr. Lorry in. He and I sat by Father's bed while the heavy minutes ticked past. There seemed to be no change in his condition. But as night wore on and it was fast reaching midnight, there was a change in his eyes. The fear in them was so marked that I trembled from it. Dr. Lorry said,
Do you see? His eyes.
Yes,
It's as if he sees something we don't see.
yes. It was so. His eyes seemed to be riveted on the door to his study. And it was then that I thought I heard a low moan. What was that?
I don't know.
It didn't come from Father.
No. But look at him now.
Now Father's eyes were trained in closer to his bed. He was struggling, attempting to lift his hand. It was very plain to me, and I cried out, Doctor, there's some unseen thing standing over Papa's bed.
That is the way I diagnose it.
There is.
Something unseen to us, but clearly seen by your father.
And look, the bedclothes are moving, but he's not touching them. What is it? Dr. Lorry, what is it?
An unseen spirit, eh? Witnessed only by the die. What does Lawrence Terrence Lane see, eh? What causes him to fear so mightily? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
And now the hermit will continue.
Only a few minutes have passed. But Marlene, in her anxiety to aid her father in his terrible fear, only makes matters more difficult. Now it appears that the dying man wishes his beloved daughter out of the room, too. And so Paul, the husband of Marlene, with his arms about her, leads her from the room, guides her into the music room, where she sinks into a chair, sobbing softly. Listen.
Darling, if you get overwrought, ill, you won't be able to help your father.
Oh, Paul, it's so dreadful. I tell you, Papa sees things there in his room. Some vision that frightens him. I saw the bedclothes move, and Papa wasn't touching them.
Please, dear, try to control your nerves. Shall I have Mrs. Eaton make you some tea? It'll help soothe you. I'll be right back, darling. Only take a second.
Paul went into the kitchen. I sat trying to get a hold of myself. It was only a few minutes after he'd left the room. Once again, I was aware of the same sound I had heard in Father's room. The sound that had made his eyes turn mad with the terror of it. Was I, too, losing my mind? What was the answer to this strange phenomenon? A sound that to my ears was exactly like that of a woman moaning. At first it was close to me in the music room. And then it grew fainter, but still distinct. And though it's difficult to believe, there was a second when I felt as if something had brushed past my chair, had touched my shoulder. I cried out for Paul. Paul! Paul!
What is it? I'm right here.
Paul, listen. You hear a strange sound?
What sort of a sound?
A sound like a woman moaning.
No.
I heard it distinctly. You listen.
Hey, you drink this tea and forget about such things.
Please, Paul, quiet. Now, do you hear?
By George.
You do hear it.
Some unusual sound.
Where is it coming from?
I don't know.
There it is again.
Yeah. Sort of seems to be coming from these walls of the music room.
That's it.
Or from out on the terrace.
Oh, it's nearer than that.
Here. In this wall behind the piano.
Yes. Why are you feeling the walls?
This panel here. Look.
Why, it's a panel that opens. I've lived here all my life, and I never knew of it before.
An inner room in here.
And you can hear the moaning from here much closer.
Marlene, get the candle from the piano. I'm going to look around in here.
Yes. Here, Paul.
Yeah, this passage in here must lead to another room in the house.
I'm coming with you.
And the moaning we heard was from someone in the adjoining room from here.
Paul, wait. Here, look.
What is it?
This enormous chest. Listen. Quick, there's someone inside this chest.
I believe you're right.
Hurry, they'll smother to death.
Now it's locked.
Locked? Someone's been pushed into this chest, and it's been locked against them. Hurry, can't you break it open?
I'm going to try. That'll lock his giving now.
Not one skeleton, Paul. Two.
Two.
I'm going to take this chest into Terence Lane's room. When I question him and show him what we've found in his secret hiding place, no doubt we'll have the answer to our tragedy and our riddle.
When confronted with the chest and the skeletons of human beings found in it, when asked questions by Dr. Lorry that Papa could answer by a nod of his head, we found the solution to the mystery of Blue Acre. Yes, the skeletons were those of Philip Court and my mother. My father had killed them before they ever got away from the house, the night Mother intended to leave him. Dr. Lorry filled in many blank spaces in the life of my mother and father.
Your father was an insanely jealous man, Marlene. He would allow her no friends. He even went to the city alone and bought her gowns for her. He would allow no one to look upon her. He hated me because I attended her at your birth.
Oh.
I was surprised when he allowed you to get away from him and marry Paul. But I've figured that out now.
What do you mean, Doctor?
I found a large quantity of arsenic in his desk.
Great heaven.
I'm sure it was his intention to do away with you, Paul. Then, once again, he could have Marlene to himself.
Take me away, Paul. Paul and I left Blue Acres next morning. Terence Lane, my father, is still living. Mrs. Eaton cares for him. I haven't been out since that horrible night when the moaning of my mother's spirit led me to her grave. But we will go out this weekend if he's still living. Paul says I can never be happy unless I forgive him. Besides, the eyes of my father show madness in the evening after darkness gathers. And so we know he is tortured enough. Each night he must see the spirit of my mother standing over his bed, accusing him of his crime of double murder.
Lane lies suffering for his guilt, unable to speak to those who stand beside him. And in the night time, a vision of a woman appears before him. The vision of one whom he murdered because of his insane jealousy. Yes. Terence Lane has learned during these last hours the blackness, the awful blackness of terror. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
And now the Hermit.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The House of Murder, eh? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
Yes, come in.
Mr. Burton, I'd like my wages, if you please.
What's that?
Yes, Mr. Burton.
Well, Millie, you're dressed to go out. My breakfast hasn't been served.
That's right, Mr. Burton. I'm leaving right now, and I'd like my wages, if you please.
Oh, this is preposterous.
Oh, it's something bad, all right.
You can't go without giving me more notice than this.
I'm sorry, but I can't stay.
What's it all about?
This house, Mr. Burton, it's this house. It's truly haunted.
Nonsense. It's just because we've only been in the house for a few days. It's strange to you yet.
It don't get over being strange. It gets worse every night.
Oh, ridiculous.
Well, you can say all you want to Mr. Burton, but I'm leaving. I'll work for you in the city. I've been faithful to you for a good many years, and I'll go right on being faithful if you'll move back to the city again.
Millie, I can't run my life to suit those who work for me. I purchased this house in the country in order that I might have peace and quiet for my work.
There's little peace here. Every night the sounds. And last night I... Oh, I don't want to talk about it. Please, Mr. Burton, I've got to be leaving this morning.
How are you going to get into town?
I took the liberty of calling one of the stores, and the owner's sending his son out with a car.
All right, Millie.
As soon as you give me my wages, I'll wait outside. I'm afraid to stay inside any longer.
Why, of all the absurd...
If you value your life, you'll get out, too.
No wind to open that door. I must have left it unlatched. Feels just as if someone was in the room here with me. No, it's as if something brushed past me. I could swear I felt it touch my shoulder. Oh, ridiculous. Pages turning. Pages in my ledger turning. Just as if a hand moved the pages. Wind couldn't cause it. There isn't any wind in here. Oh, I'm dreaming things. It's utter nonsense. Millie's got me all upset. Oh, my test tubes. My experiment. The test tubes knocked to the floor. I'm not dreaming this. This is too real. I need calmer,
You'll solve this. Hello. I want to put in a long-distance call. I'd like to speak to Lyman Carmer in New Carden. Yes. Yes, you've got it right. Lyman Carmer in New Carden. The telephone number is...
How much farther do we have to drive into the wilds, young man?
We're almost there now.
For the life of me, I can't figure why Jim wants to hide himself away miles from civilization.
Well, this new man ain't been out there but a few days.
Few days too many, if you ask me.
I drove out here yesterday. I picked up a woman who'd been working out there. I wanted to go back to the city.
Not Millie.
Seems like that was the name she gave.
Well, what's up?
I couldn't rightly tell you, mister. Just couldn't tell you.
Jim seemed to be strangely urgent about something last night.
Look, mister. You can see the lights of the house now. See, about 8 to 10 right away through the trees.
Oh, yes. What sort of a place is it?
Oh, it's quite a place, mister. Really something in its day.
Old house,
Yes, sir. I guess no one's lived in it for years. Old man Chimler knows it. He's lived in town as long as I can remember. Yeah, this is the drive leading up to the house. Lined with trees on both sides. House never gets no real daylight into it. Yeah, here we are, sir. Now get your bag.
Oh, never mind. I can take it. You young men?
Oh, thank you, mister. It's more than it's worth.
That's all right.
Anything I can do for you, just call the general store and ask for Mark.
Thanks. I'll do that.
Lyman.
Jim. Hello, Jim.
I began to think you didn't make the train.
I was 40 minutes late.
Come on in. Nice of you to come.
You old recluse. The idea of picking a spot no man ever heard of.
Bring your things into the sitting room. We'll go upstairs later.
All right. Well, this is nice.
Uh-huh. Sit down.
Thanks.
Yes, Millie got it fixed up pretty well before she went back to the city. My laboratory is right off this room. Everything handy. You had dinner, Lyman?
Yes, Jim. On the train.
Good. I'm not much at fixing meals.
The young man, Mart, from the general store, said that Millie had left you. What's the idea?
I'll tell you all about it. That's why I called you.
Well, it's nice here, Jim, but I can't see why you chose a place so far away from everywhere.
Oh, I like it here.
Well, that's reason enough, I guess. Millie coming back to take care of you?
No. No, I'm afraid not. Lyman, Millie left because she was certain that this house is haunted.
Oh, Jim.
I called you last night because I remember a story you once told. A story of a haunted house. You told it as if you gave credence to the tale.
Is that so?
I remember well. That's why I wanted you here.
Well, Jim, you don't think by any chance that this house is haunted, do you?
I'm not so sure, but what I do.
Oh, absurd.
You think it impossible?
Well, naturally.
You didn't talk that way when you were telling us that evening of a place off the coast you knew that was haunted.
That was a fireside tale. Quite different from reality.
Lyman, it's only a short time until midnight. Will you come into the laboratory with me? Will you sit in there with me for a little while and see if the same things that happened last night occur again?
Of course.
If the same things do occur again, I shall be convinced that Millie was right. I shall be quite sure that something does happen. Does haunt the house.
Nearly midnight, Jim.
Did you check the door into the laboratory to see if it's closed tightly?
I checked it.
You're convinced it's securely fastened?
Yes. Just striking midnight.
Yes. This was the hour last night.
What are we to watch for?
The door first. The door into this laboratory. Listen. It sounded as if someone has his hand on the doorknob. as it did before.
There's no wind tonight.
No, last night. Lyman, do you feel the presence of someone in this room? Someone besides us?
No, I don't.
I do.
What is it?
Once again, it was as if something brushed past me. Touched my shoulder.
What's that?
Look. Look over on the table. Watch my ledger. You see? The pages of my ledger are turning. As if a hand is on them.
Jim, I can't believe my eyes. It's incredible.
Now look. On the workbench. See? Something is moving those test tubes. I'm going to stop this before all my experimental work is ruined.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to walk over there, put my hands on the rack. Lyman, something touched my hand. Something that felt like sharp nails digging into the flesh.
Oh, it's your nerves, Burton.
Lyman, there's something in this room. Something that moves about in here. Some unseen thing that enters the door and moves in this room.
Don't let your imagination run away with you, Jim.
There is a thing in the house beyond scientific explanation. You know it. It's something vital and alive. A thing of power and locomotion. And it's up to us to find out what it is.
Well, we might as well look through this room. No use overlooking anything.
Seems silly, doesn't it? We're not going to find anybody in these rooms.
Didn't you say that Millie heard things upstairs?
So she said. She complained the very first night we were here that someone entered her room.
She didn't see anyone?
No. She didn't see any more than we did just a while ago downstairs.
Now that the incident of downstairs is past, it seems to me that it never happened. Perhaps it was your power of suggestion that made us both think we saw movement. Well, nothing out of the ordinary in this room.
No.
Now, what do you say we forget it and get some sleep, hmm?
All right. We're not going to discover anything tonight, I guess.
Did you talk to the man who sold you the house, Jim?
Jim?
Yes.
Sure. He brought me out here after I'd chanced upon the place. We went all through it together.
Of course, he didn't say why the house had stood unoccupied for a long time.
Yes, he did. Said that after his wife died, he wanted to live in town. But he was getting too old to keep up a place like this.
Uh-huh.
Said that up to this time, he couldn't find anyone who could afford to buy it. Oh, well, we'll go downstairs and get your things and bring them up to your room. Lyman, what was that?
Something downstairs.
It came from the laboratory. I know it did. It's the only place where there's so much glass.
Don't get upset, Jim.
Great heavens, look.
Well, of all things.
Everything in the room smashed. Equipment that's taken me months to build. Everything ruined.
Jim, some human has been in here. Someone who's trying to stop your experiment by destroying your equipment. Wipe out your work.
Oh, ruined. It'll take months to arrive at this point in my experiment again.
Someone has been hiding downstairs here, Jim. Now, we've got to find out where and who it is.
Is it a human being who hides in the house, intent upon destroying all that Jim Burton creates in his laboratory? Or is it an unseen force, as Jim said earlier in the evening? An unseen force with power and locomotion that lives in the old house? Eh? The Hermit will tell you before the night is done. It is the following night. Jim Burton and his friend Lyman Carmer sit in the laboratory. Just a few minutes ago, the clock struck midnight. Right now, Burton is busily engaged building up step by step the experiment which has been ruined the night before. Lyman Carmer sits watching him.
Jim, don't you think you ought to knock off for the night? You work steadily all day.
There's so much time lost that I have to make up, Lyman.
Well, it certainly aren't going to have any visitor tonight.
There's nothing left for them to destroy now.
Tomorrow I'll go into town and inquire around. Think I should go to see old man Chimlin. Ask him to tell me something about the place. Well, maybe he can put us on the right track.
Mm-hmm.
I would have gone today, but I wanted to make sure. I wanted to see if we'd have the same experience of last night. You, going to work much longer?
At least an hour.
It's way past midnight. Guess I'll go upstairs.
Okay.
If you want anything, call me.
All right, Lyman. Thanks a lot for staying over. It's a great help.
Yes, if we can find out what it is or who it is that's causing this trouble.
We'll find out. Good night.
Good night.
Let's see. The next step is to unite the two chemicals to form step B. Where's that ledger? Yes. And the next step I performed was... Oh, wait. Pages in the ledger. Page 5, 6. A page is missing from here. Every step I'd worked out and put down is torn out of this book. Oh, what is it? What is it that dogs my trail and won't let me do this work? Step by step, I'll have to work it all over again. What? Someone at the door again. Is that you, Lyman? No, it isn't. Just as before, I feel the presence of some person in this room. As if they were standing over me. What do you want? What is it you... Something around my neck. Something choking me. Choking me. Jim, help. Help me. Jim, help.
What's happened? Fainted. Fallen to the floor. Jim. But... Great heaven. His whole face is burned by the stuff he was working with. Hello? Oh, for heaven's sake, hurry. Hello, operator. Send a doctor to the old Chimlin place right away. Hurry. There's been a terrible accident. Man's face is almost burned away. Well, Doctor?
I'm afraid it's quite hopeless. If he lives, his sight will be gone. His face horribly scarred.
Poor Jim. We'd only gotten out of this place last night.
Did you call Asa Chimlin as I asked you to do?
Yes, he should be here any minute.
I'll wait then.
Sit down, Doctor.
After the story you told me about the experience you've had, I think it's up to Chimlin to tell his story.
You sound as if there was something very mysterious. Something that Jim should have been told before he bought this place from Chimlin. If it had been told, it would have saved him the agonies he's going through right now.
Mr. Carmer, what I know has given me in professional confidence. What others in the town might have told you would have been gossip. And no one tells gossip about Asa Chimlin.
How so, Doctor?
Well, he's the owner of many mortgages, many notes. A man of wealth and power in our community.
I see.
Oh, there's a car turning in the drive, Mr. Carmer.
It must be Chimlin.
I'll go up to Mr. Burton again. Call me if Chimlin refuses to speak.
Well, thank you.
Hello, sir.
Oh, hello, Mart. Where's Mr. Chimlin?
No, he didn't come, sir. He called at our house and got me to drive out and bring you this note.
Well, come in.
Why, I reckon I better not, sir.
Well, why not?
I reckon I'd just as lief stay outside of this house, if you don't mind.
Oh, come on in just a moment while I read this note. Nothing can harm you in the daytime.
Well, all right. Just till you read the note.
Come in here. Sit down while I read the note.
Yes.
Oh. Well. Mart, what made you say you'd rather not come inside this house?
Oh, I can't say, sir. Really, I can't. Mr. Chimlin would get even with my dad if I said any more. You see, he about owns our store.
I wouldn't tell Chimlin. Come now.
Well, sir, you see, the Chimlins, their daughter, she wasn't quite right, and she died out here. And Mrs. Chimlin, she hanged herself. Folks have always been scared of this house because of that.
I see. Why did Mrs. Chimlin hang herself?
I don't rightly know.
Well, perhaps the doctor can tell us.
Hello, Mart. Hello, Doc.
Chimlin didn't come. Sent this note saying he would refund Mr. Burton's money and take the house back again. Says nothing more.
Mm-hmm.
But Mart here has volunteered to tell me that there were 2 deaths in this old house. One, a hanging.
That's right.
Mrs. Chimlin?
Yes.
And the girl?
Her case was hopeless. 18, she had a mind of a child of 4. They took her everywhere, but to no avail. Time after time, Mrs. Chimlin pleaded with me to put the girl to sleep, to end her misery. But I couldn't do that. She hated me for it. Her hate grew until her mind was unsettled. One day, she took it upon herself to end the girl's life. Then, realizing what she'd done, she hanged herself in the room Mr. Burton has been using for his laboratory. If Mr. Chimlin knew we told us, Doctor... Oh, that's all right, Mart. If there is any truth in the fact that an unseen force lives in this house, and you'll see how hard it is for me to believe that, then why did it seek vengeance on Mr. Burton?
I have never believed in supernatural force any more than you. But remember, I've seen it at work in this house. And as for seeking vengeance on Jim... Doctor, he was working on an experiment to prolong life. A discovery which might have added untold years to the life of a human being. And this is something that the spirit of the woman who hanged herself did not want. That's why it destroyed the experiments.
And that's why it destroyed Jim Burton. He died just before I came downstairs.
The Hermit knows that in the old house, the unseen force was the spirit of a woman who took her own life. A woman who could not rest in her grave. A woman who returned to destroy anything that might prolong life. Yes. She killed Jim Burton by the power of supernatural force. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The house on Lost Man's Bluff, eh? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
For heaven's sake.
What is it, Denton?
Out of gas?
Couldn't be, Charles. Denton filled up at the last stop. What is it, Denton?
For heaven's sake, man, how do I know? Well, that's that.
Ooh, I hope we don't get stranded in this forsaken territory.
Well, that'd be something, wouldn't it? We haven't passed a house in the last 3 hours.
Well, I might as well get out and see what I can do.
You want me to take a look at it, Denton?
No, I'll tinker with it a while. You and Nan sit down on the side of the road.
I might be able to find the trouble for you, Dan.
Charles was only trying to help Denton.
Never mind, I say. I'll have the thing going in a moment. Do as I say. Sit along the road. I'm going to work.
Come on, Charles. Let's do as he says.
Just as you say, Denton.
Here's a nice place to sit, Charles. We can look right down into a valley from here.
Why, it is nice, isn't it?
See? You can look all over the valley.
Wonder what they call this place.
I wouldn't know. Oh, look. We're not so far from civilization as I thought.
A town at the lower end of the valley.
Yes.
Now, that's still a long way away. You see? The road takes a roundabout way along the rim of the valley.
Uh-huh.
Say, I bet that's where I'm going to work.
Do you think so?
I'll just bet you that's where the job is that Denton got for me.
Way out? Away from everything?
Oh, I don't know. Looks like a nice little town. I'll make out all right.
I hate to have you leaving us, Charles. I'll be terribly lonesome.
Oh, I'll get back to the city occasionally.
You must be sure to do that.
Sure I will. Man, Denton can't hear us talking from here, can he?
No.
I have a feeling that he managed this job for me way out here because he didn't want me living with you two anymore.
Oh, no, Charles. Why should he object to my own brother living with us?
You've got me there. I can't figure it out. When I first came to stay with you, Denton talked of getting me work close by.
I knew he did.
Man, there's something strange about it.
I don't know exactly what you mean, Charles.
Yes, you do. Ever since Denton came back from that road trip, he's acted strange.
Now that you mention it, I think I have noticed something different about Denton.
He was jolly and friendly enough to me when I first arrived. And now, all of a sudden, he's changed.
Maybe we're imagining it all.
Doesn't seem that he'd be jealous of his wife's own brother, does it?
No. Denton's not like that.
But he has been for the last 10 days. Morose, sullen, sitting most of the time staring at me.
Maybe he feels I've been paying more attention to you than to him.
Maybe that's it.
It's only natural that I'd be solicitous of my own brother, whom I haven't seen for so many years.
We won't talk about it anymore. All I hope is that he isn't ill, that you aren't going to have trouble with me so far away.
You said we mustn't worry about it. We won't.
No.
I do wish he'd get the car started.
He wouldn't let me help him. Fairly pushed me away.
Denton's frightfully independent. But I wish he'd hurry.
Nervous?
I think we're going to have a storm. We should be getting out of these hills and down into town quickly.
Say, the sky is getting black and gloomy.
Look over to the west. The clouds are piling up fast.
Something of a wind coming up, too.
Denton just stands there looking at the car as if he didn't know what he was doing.
Maybe he doesn't. Well, let's go back over. Maybe you'll let me help him now.
All right.
Watch your step. There are jagged pieces of rock here.
wind's getting stronger every minute.
It sure is. Looks like we might be getting a tornado. How are you making out, Denton?
What?
Located the trouble?
We should hurry, Denton. There's a terrific storm coming up fast.
Can't make the car go if it doesn't want to.
Look at the sky, Denton. We're in for a real storm.
Wow. There goes my hat. No use chasing it now.
Please, hurry. Get the car started.
All right. All right, get inside. Maybe it'll go now.
Let's hurry.
We'll have to drive like mad to get out of these hills and into the village before the storm breaks.
I know these roads. I'll get you out all right.
Denton, don't be so cross. Jump on every word Charles says.
Then don't give me orders.
Oh, look. The sky was lighted by that streak of light. Now look how black it is. Turn on the lights of the car, Denton.
Easy. You'll never be able to keep the car on the road with a wind like this.
What are we going to do, Denton? It'll blow the car off the road and hurl us down the hill.
Wow. That was a peal of thunder.
Denton, we can't drive on in this.
No, I know we can't.
What are we going to do, Dan? Can we sit in the car and be safe?
We aren't going to sit here. We're going to make for shelter.
But where?
There's a house sitting up there on the rock.
It's so dark I can't see it.
There's a house up there. I got caught in a storm the last time I was through here. Climbed up to that house and stayed until it blew over.
Well, can we get up there all right?
We can make it. We'll have to. Get out of the car. We've got to start right away. Hurry, climb out.
Give me your hand, Dad.
It's in the middle of the afternoon and black as night.
Now, we've got to climb fast. We'll all take hold of hands and start up the rock. We've got to get to that house. We've got to get there. Give me your hand, Nan. Let's go. Hurry. Come on.
Knock on the door, Denton.
We don't have to knock. We walk right in.
What?
Hurry. Get inside.
Boy, what a relief. I thought for a few minutes we might not make it.
I'll bolt this door so the wind won't rip it open.
Who owns this place? Doesn't anyone live here?
There was no one living in it when I stopped on my way through here last time.
It must belong to someone. It's completely furnished.
Whoever owns it hasn't been here for a long time, then. Everything's covered with dust and cobwebs. I can see them even in this pale light.
It's so dark in here. Can't you find a lamp or something, Denton?
I'll get a light. There's one in this room off the hall.
Come on, Charles. Let's follow him. I don't like standing in this dark hall.
I found a lamp. I'll have it lighted in a moment.
Oh, it's so damp and cold in here. Ooh.
There. Huh. Light makes it better, doesn't it?
Some.
Maybe. I don't like the looks of this place.
At least we're out of the storm, Nan.
You stopped here on your last trip through, Denton? And there was no one living here then?
That's what I said, wasn't it?
But it's completely furnished. Surely someone lives here now.
Maybe they do. They aren't here now.
Almost like a dungeon in the room. Windows are built so high.
Something like a fort. But it's grand Denton knew of this place. It's shelter out of the storm. The wind couldn't blow this building over.
Denton?
What?
What are you staring at?
What?
You heard what I said. What are you staring out into the hall for?
Say, Dan, are you all right?
Don't clench your hands that way. What do you see?
Did I say I saw anything?
What's the matter with you?
Don't keep asking me questions. I've got you out of the storm. Isn't that enough? Now leave me alone.
Where are you going? Where are you going, Denton? Stop him, Charles.
Don't you think we all ought to sit in here? When the storm blows over, we can drive on.
What's wrong with him? He's moving like a person in a trance. Get him to come back in this room.
Are you ill, Denton? Is there something we can do?
Stay right where you are. Both of you.
What is it?
I'm going into that room across the hall.
But why? Why don't we all stay together? It's dark in here. I don't like it. I want you to stay near me.
I said I'm going into that room across the hall. And I'm going alone. Your brother Charles will take care of you. You prefer his company, don't you?
Is that what's wrong with you? Why do you act this way toward my brother?
You might as well make up your minds. Both of you. That we'll stay in this house until morning. I'm going into this room to sleep.
Denton!
It's no use.
He is ill.
He's got it in for me. Come on. Let's go back where the lamp is.
Listen. You hear what he's doing?
Barricading the door.
What does all this mean? Oh, Charles.
Let's get back to where the lamp is.
It's as if he's lost his mind.
Sit down. It's been coming on him for some time. Ever since he made that last trip through here. We know that.
What shall we do? Why did he go into that room and leave us?
As soon as we get into town, we'll persuade him to see a doctor. Let's make the best of it now. If he wants to leave us and sleep, let him.
Oh.
It's tough on you, Nan. I'm sorry I brought you all this trouble.
Denton's never been this way before. There's something dreadfully wrong. What was that?
Oh, is that Denton laughing?
No, it can't be. He's never laughed like that in his life.
Oh, it's coming from the room Denton went into. That's for sure.
He's going mad. Oh, Charles.
Come on. He'll have to let us in.
Denton? Denton, what is it?
Let us in. Dan, let us in.
Locked?
Bolted and barricaded.
Denton, please let us in. It is coming from in there. But it's not Denton. It can't be. Oh, what are we going to do? What shall we do?
Everything's all right now, Nan. He's quieted down.
He answered you the last time you went over to the room?
Yes. He said, I'm all right. Go away.
Oh.
I think he's going to sleep now. We might as well do the same.
I can't sleep in this horrible house.
Yes, you can. It'll only be a few hours before morning.
But what if Denton refuses to come out of that room in the morning?
He'll be better in the morning. The storm's passed over, too. Everything will seem different in the morning.
Leave the lamp burning. I'm scared.
Sure. I'll set it on the mantel. It won't bother our eyes, but it will shed some light.
Yes, that will be all right. You think Denton will sleep?
I think he's asleep now. I'd break the door down, Nan, if I thought it would do any good. But I think it's best to let him get over this spell by himself.
I'll never believe it was he laughing.
Who could it have been but Denton? Oh, now don't worry anymore. Try to get some sleep. If he calls out, I'll wake you up.
It seems like a nightmare, doesn't it?
It will in the morning. Everything will be different then. Go to sleep now. You need the rest.
Charles, wake up! Wake up!
What is it?
Wake up! There's someone standing over you.
What?
Wake up! There's someone standing over you. They're going to kill you. Charles!
Good heavens. What is it? What was that?
Oh, Charles, he stood right over you with his hands reaching out for you.
Who?
And when I screamed, he ran.
For heaven's sake, who?
He was going to kill you.
Who stood over Charles ready to kill him, eh? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now, back to the hermit.
Terror-stricken, Charles and Nan stand in the middle of the room in this strange house on Lost Man's Bluff, wondering who tried to kill Charles. Listen.
You mean you think it was...
I know it was Denton.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Denton trying to kill me.
I know it was he. With his hands reaching out for your throat.
Oh, no.
And when I screamed, he ran back into that room and closed the door. Charles, where are you going?
I'm going to get him out of that room before something really happens.
You mustn't go near him.
I've got to. No, you stay here.
Never. I'm going with you.
I'm going to make him let me in there.
He may try to kill you again.
I don't think he will. You stay behind me. Denton? Denton!
Denton!
The door's unlocked. Denton? Stay back, man. I'm going to light a match. Great heaven. Denton.
What is it?
Get back. Don't look.
Why are you closing the door? What is it, Charles? What did you see?
No. Denton's...
Something's happened to him. Something's happened to Denton. What is it, Charles? Tell me quick. What is it?
Denton's hanged himself. Keep hold of yourself, Nan. We've got to get out of here. Down into town and get the authorities here.
Denton. Denton, hang yourself.
Let's hope the car runs. We've got to get into town. The laughter again.
Look. Up at the top of the stairs.
What is it?
In this faint light, it looks like the figure of a man.
Yes, but you can see right through him. What? He's disappeared.
Standing there at the head of the stairs, pointing at us. Then vanished.
That same laughter.
Charles, you're not going up there. We're going to get out of the place right away and get help. Quick. Hurry, we must get help.
But I tell you it's urgent. You've got to go up there right now.
Go up to that house on Lost Man's Bluff before daybreak?
Right now.
Oh, no. Not me.
But my husband is dead in that house.
Would never enter the door of that house at night. No, sir. Neither would anyone else in this town.
Denton is dead.
He ain't the first one to die up there.
What do you mean?
Ain't never heard of the house on Lost Man's Bluff?
No. We don't live around here.
Oh, well, that explains that.
What did you mean when you said that Denton was not the first man to die there?
5 years ago, fella that owned that house killed his brother, then hanged himself.
What?
That's right. But hanging didn't seem to take him out of this world. Now, I ain't the only one that's been there, passed there at night and heard his wild laughter. It's fit to make the hair stand right up on a man's spine. Other folks tried to live in that house. But you know what happens to them when they go in a certain room in that house?
The room Denton tried to sleep in?
The desire to kill enters in them. And the laughter of him that belongs to the other world drives them mad. They can't get away from it. They return to the place.
Charles, that's what happened to Denton. He said he'd been in that house before.
They try to kill if there's anyone near to kill, and then they take their own lives. It's happened to 3 other people. One man got back to town and told his experience, but he went back up there a few weeks later and took his life, hanged himself. Oh, no, sir. You'll have to wait till morning. Won't get nobody to go up there in the night to that house on Lost Man's Bluff.
And the wild laughter from the house on Lost Man's Bluff continues to pierce the night. Don't ever go near it after sundown. No. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental. The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air. Now, the Hermit.
Ghost stories, weird stories, and murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story, the mystery of the thing? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
Startling new development and mysterious disappearance of Dawn Forestier, beautiful wife of Dr. John Forestier.
Hextree, you two in Forestier case.
Sure, I saw the coat. It was Dawn Forestier's, that's for sure. Had her name stitched in it. As beautiful a piece of sable as a poor newspaper reporter ever looked upon. Yeah, and her other clothing was there, too. Underneath the coat.
Head 3, 6 ball players for a staircase. Police hunt for body.
Well, read it aloud, Clara.
It is believed that the beautiful Dawn Forestier has been murdered. This morning, several hours after Dr. Forestier reported his wife missing, Sexton Rolfe Griggs of Green Cedar Cemetery found a bundle of clothing inside the cemetery gate, which has been identified as belonging to Mrs. Forestier.
Oh, golly. In the burial ground. Readers of the Gazette will recall the dramatic circumstances which have surrounded Dawn Forestier since early this year. She was discovered one morning in the spring wandering in the park near Longview Hospital by Dr. John Forestier.
Sure, I remember. Read all about it. She was a victim of
amnesia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that means you can't remember who you are or where you came from or anything. It tells all about it here in the Gazette.
The doctor took her to the hospital.
Yeah. And he named her Dawn.
Uh-huh. And fell in love with her and married her. They never discovered who she was. It says here, it was thought at the time the beautiful woman who later became the bride of Dr. Forestier might have attended a masked ball or came from the stage. But no such person was ever reported missing.
Sure. Don't you recall it, Clara? She was dressed in an old-fashioned gown that was torn all to tatters.
Yeah, and now she's disappeared again, as mysterious-like as she came.
Oh, gee, ain't it awful? You know, Clara, I kind of got it figured out. I'll bet she was the moll of some gangster who spirited her away and murdered her. Gee, murdered. Probably cut into 100...
Gentlemen of the press, I have called you here to my home to tell you that you need not continue your search for Mrs. Forestier.
What do you mean, Doctor? Not to continue the search?
What's the dope, Dr. Forestier? Have you located her?
I think perhaps we have.
Well, where is she, Doctor?
Where'd you find her?
Please.
What are you going to do?
Please, gentlemen. If you will kindly allow me to do the talking, or rather, if you will permit Mrs. Forestier to speak.
Then she is here in the house?
No. My wife will speak to you through a letter she left behind for me. I only discovered it this evening. For you see, she had placed it in a volume of verse from which I often read to her. Oddly enough, I had thought I would never want to open the sonnets from the Portuguese again. It was against my will that I turned to it this evening. Perhaps guided by Dawn. Who knows? Who can say? It was here I found her letter to me.
What is in the letter, Dr. Forestier?
I'm about to read it to you. There will be a few passages I will omit. They are personal messages meant only for my eyes. But here is the story of the disappearance of Dawn.
My darling John, this is going to be the most difficult and tragic hour of my life, for in this letter I must say farewell to you, my devoted husband. The story I have to tell you, John, will be so strange and terrible that at first you won't believe it. But as you remember me, as you recall the circumstances of our meeting, how you found me dazed and wandering in the park one spring morning, how we've never known who I was or where I came from, then you will give more credence to my story. You named me Dawn because you found me at sunrise. Forestier because you loved me. We met in the dawn, my darling. But I must creep away from you in the darkness of the night. Oh, John, how I've loved you. And yet how disturbed I've been since I've lived here with you. I've tried to keep it from you, but your analytical mind and keen eyes have often noted my condition. You've repeatedly said...
What is it, Dawn? What's wrong?
Nothing, darling. Why?
You know, dear, I often think it must have been during the night time that you were mistreated or abused by someone or something which brought about your amnesia.
Why, John?
Because it's always in the night time that you appear nervous, disturbed.
Oh, John,
You're imagining things. It was not you, John, who was imagining things. It was I. At least at first I thought it was a product of my imagination. It happened for the first time a few days after we returned from our honeymoon and had come here to live. You had left my room. I had turned off the light by my bed, prepared to sleep. First, I thought I must be dreaming. From a distance, I heard a singing wind, like the opening strains of a melody played on an organ. Something quickened within me. I seemed to know the melody. I thought to myself, everything is going to come back to me. I shall know who I was before I became Dawn Forest here. I listened intently. And then as I was listening, my outer bedroom door seemed to light up. Yes, that's it, to light up. I sat up in bed. A street light shining through my window made the thing that materialized against my door very discernible. I could see that it was something phosphorescent. It glowed and shimmered in the half-light. Then I could see that it was taking a shape and form, the form of a human being. For many seconds I looked upon it, too frightened to speak. Finally I got out the words, "What are you?" There was no answer. When I spoke, it disappeared. In the morning I was convinced I'd dreamed it all. But the next night, the same thing occurred again. Once more I was aroused from a half-sleep by the music of the wind. The second time, the glowing figure seemed to be closer. I spoke again. "Who are you?" This time the figure didn't vanish so quickly after I'd spoken. It lingered a few seconds and then faded away like a picture on a screen. This materialization occurred for 7 consecutive nights. It was then, John, that I asked a favor of you. Remember? John?
Yes, darling?
Would you think it too bold of me if I asked if we might go away for the weekend?
No, darling. I wish we could. I've noticed how nervous you've been the last few days.
I'm sorry, dear. I don't know what it is.
Don't let it distress you, Dawn. You're not entirely well, you know. Maybe some time before your nerves stop playing tricks on you.
You're so helpful to me, John.
I wish I might grant your request to go away for the weekend, but my work at present makes it impossible.
Oh, it's all right, dear. It was only a suggestion. I'm really all right, so long as I have you. You had said it would be a long time before my nerves stopped playing me tricks. Oh, this was something to cling to. It was silly of me to get upset. No human figure really materialized in my room. It was my nerves playing me tricks. But the visitations didn't stop, John. Hearing the singing wind, having that glowing, shimmering thing appear in my room was continuous. And then came the thing that struck terror in my heart. This night I had fallen asleep. Again, the music of the wind aroused me. I opened my eyes, and then I gasped in fright. For this time, the glowing figure was standing beside my bed, so near me I could reach out and touch it. Then something terrible happened. I found I couldn't breathe. It was as if something was cutting off my breathing. I struggled for air. And while I struggled, the thing near me began to make a strange sound. Then I sensed what was happening. The thing was somehow taking the breath from me, getting it into its own body. I must do something quickly. I sat up. I threw my arm out as if to push the thing away. I struggled to push it away. And as I touched it, I could feel something cold and Then it disappeared. That was the night, John, that I screamed.
Darling, what is it? What in the world is it? Dawn, look at me. Tell me, what was it? A nightmare?
John. From then on, events transpired rapidly. You made an appointment for me with Dr. Bland, the eminent psychiatrist. Oh, I know, darling, you were upset because I refused to go to him. But I knew by then that it was no use. The thing was growing bolder all the time. Many nights it stood over me in my room, and without touching me, was yet able to take the breath from me and command it to enter its own body. As it did this, night after night, it became stronger, and I became weaker. You will recall vividly what occurred 2 weeks ago tonight. We were invited to the Westings for dinner, and we accepted. An hour before we were to leave, I sat at my dressing table, putting the last finishing touches to my makeup. It was only dusk outside. Never had the thing appeared but in the nighttime. I was brushing my hair when I heard the melody of the wind. The figure stood right behind me. And, John, I could see what it was. In the mirror, I could see what the thing was.
And what can be the thing that haunts and torments the beautiful Dean Forestier, eh? The hermit who knows all the weird and terrible happenings on the earth. The hermit will tell you all before the night is done, yes.
And now, the hermit.
And now, Dr. Forestier continues to read to a group of newsmen the letter his wife, Dawn Forestier, left for him before her strange disappearance. Listen to Dawn Forestier's story of the mystery of the thing.
This, John, is going to be the difficult part to make you believe. That as the thing stood behind me at the dressing table, I could tell what it was. We didn't go to the Westings for dinner. Instead, you put me to bed.
I shouldn't have allowed you to accept, darling. You haven't been up to par for days. I'm going to call Ralph in to see you tomorrow. You don't look well, darling.
Don't call anyone in, dear. It'll do no good.
Nonsense, honey. There are very few things that medical science can't cure these days. And believe me, darling, I'm going to have you well again.
Your doctor friend came. He gave me medicine to take. Oh, I knew it was no use at all. And yet I would do anything to humor you. For the thing that I now recognized was getting so strong that it was always near me. As I grew weaker, it grew stronger. And I wondered that you couldn't hear it breathing in my room. Now it had a power over me. A strong, compelling power. It was the master. I, almost a slave. Night before last, it exerted its will for the first time. It compelled me to rise from my bed. It was so strong now, it could actually make sound.
Come with me. Come with me.
As I rose from the bed, its phosphorescent glow seemed to envelop me. We moved toward the door, and it opened without the touch of a hand. We seemed to glide down the stairs, out of doors. The wind that touched my face was like the refrain I'd heard over and over again. We moved along the street, I and the thing. With great speed, we covered the streets and were soon on the outskirts of the city. I could see now the place which was our destination. Then I mastered all the willpower left to me, for I understood clearly all the dark things I'd not known before. Oh, but John, there was you. I couldn't go to this place where the thing was taking me. I couldn't enter there without somehow leaving word for you. I struggled. I fought with my adversary. I was gaining. I broke away. Somehow I got breath and strength enough to return home and to my bed. And now comes the end of my story and my farewell to you.
Here, gentlemen, I will omit a page. It is personal. But what happened to Dawn? Where is she? Since this morning, when the sexton at Green Cedar Burial Ground found my wife's clothing, permission has been granted by the state for me to check up on the material found in this letter. I've almost finished reading to you. I'm refraining from reading the last pages until we have made a visit to the cemetery. If you men of the press will get in your cars and follow me, we may be able to complete and verify the information given to me by Dawn Forestier.
Hello, Dr. Forestier. The men have nearly completed digging.
Thank you, Sexton. What goes on, Dr. Forestier? As you can see, these men are engaged in opening up a grave.
What for, Doctor? We've come to the casket, Doctor.
Very well, Sexton. If you will please open the box.
Yes, sir. Can you lift the casket out, boys?
Right. Now, gentlemen, after the box is opened, I will read the remainder of my wife's letter. Open it, please, Sexton. Great heaven. Dr. Forestier, great Scott, why have you opened this grave? Sexton, will you reach in and procure the diamond ring that lies in the coffin?
Yes. Here it is, sir.
This is my wife's ring, gentlemen.
How did it get in this coffin?
Here are the last pages of my wife's letter to me.
Now comes the end of my story and my farewell to you. John, I knew from the moment I saw the thing in the mirror of my dressing table. I knew from then on who and what it was. The first night I was strong enough to break away from it as it drew me to the gates of Green Cedar Cemetery. And I've spent my last day writing this letter to you. For tonight, the thing will appear again. And this time, I must follow it. I must follow it to the grave, John. Into the grave. I know how it will be. The thing, the protoplasm that has appeared before me so many nights and has grown in features and strength, will absorb me until I'm no longer a living person, and I must follow it. First, I will hear the music of the wind. Then the thing will appear, and I will be dissolved into it. John, my darling, in case you don't believe my story, open the grave near which you will find my discarded clothing. For I'm wearing the ring you gave me, my love. I'm wearing it as I return to the grave. For you see, John, the thing that I saw in the mirror, that which has gained power over me, is I, John. It is my own ghost, come to claim me to return to the grave from which I broke away.
Ain't it awful, Clara? Could anyone believe such a terrible thing could happen on this earth?
It's almost too horrible to talk about.
Yeah. There, when they opened that grave, lay a decayed skeleton. Wearing the same satin gown that Dawn Forestier was wearing when she was found wandering in the park by Dr. Forestier.
And there was Dawn's ring inside the casket.
Yeah.
It says here in the Gazette that the inscription on the tombstone over that grave read, Lila Manton. And Lila Manton was a famous actress 85 years ago. She died one night very suddenly, just as she was to appear on the stage. Her cue to appear on stage was an organ playing.
The music was written by the man Lila Manton was going to marry that night after the theater play was over. And the name of the man was David Forrestier. He was a relative of Dr. John Forrestier. But she died that night. The marriage never took place.
What do you think it means, Clara? Does it mean that Lila Manton returned from the spirit world to live out her life that was ended so suddenly?
Sure, I think so. But her ghost body made her come back to the grave. Well, that's how I got it figured out.
Don Forrestier was haunted by her own ghost body until it finally absorbed a new vision and shape and made her return to her grave. Yes, turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
The Carter Coal Company and the dealers of Olga Coal present
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to look at the advertising of retail stores today and see for sale such long scarce items as thermostats and coal stokers. It's especially good if you've been able to get a supply of that good Olga coal, because in a good hand-fired furnace, it responds especially well to the regulation of the thermostat. And burned in a coal stoker, you get all the benefits and advantages of Olga coal, plus automatic heat. Now is the time to start getting ready for cold weather. Try to get some of this new equipment. Call your friend, the Olga dealer, about the coming winter's coal supply. Ask for this good coal by name, spelled O-L-G-A. Ask again if he's out of it, because there's no fuel quite like coal, and no coal quite like Olga. Now, the Hermit.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story, Steve? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
Close the door. There's a draft. I've called and called.
Not so very long. I was just in your room a minute ago.
What did Doc Watford say?
Not much, Paul.
What'd he say?
That you've got some kind of ailment that's going around.
Going around, huh? Contagious?
Well, I reckon. Now, it's nothing to get excited about.
Nothing to get excited about. You can talk. It's me that's got it. Running up with fever one minute and freezing the next. I'm getting along. I can't stand to have no illness like this.
Getting all lathered up, Paul, ain't going to help you, none.
What did Doc say to do?
To take these pills you left and stay in bed till the fever breaks.
Where are the pills?
Right here in my hand.
Well, give them to me.
Can you take them without water?
Sure. No time to waste going downstairs for water.
Now lay back and see if you can sleep.
Sleep? I can't sleep.
Well, you can try, I reckon.
Can't nothing happen to me, you hear? Just can't nothing happen. All these years of dredging, slaving for the farm to make it pay. All the years of saving. I can't die. I can't die and leave it. Theo, I want my strong box.
Yes.
Right away, I want it.
Stay covered up. I'll get it.
I ain't going to die. I can't die. Not and leave it all. Ain't nobody work for it but me. It's mine. All mine. The farm, the money, all mine. And I ain't going to leave it. Theo! Theo!
Oh, I'm coming as fast as I can.
My keys are on the chain in my pants pocket.
Here you are. You ought to stay covered up.
Oh, quit nagging, Theo. It's just like your ma was, always nagging. What's that? Someone came in below stairs.
Elton, I suspect. Probably heard you was ailing.
Pray you can keep him out of here. I don't want that worthless son of mine in this room.
Don't worry, Paul. As soon as Elton finds out you got something catching, he'll be a mile away from this room.
Well, you can tell him this for me. I ain't going to die. He don't need to push like a vulture below stairs waiting for the end. Ain't going to be none. You can go now, Theo. Ain't no use in you staring at this money. It's mine. And I'm going to hang on to it for a long time to come.
I wasn't even looking at it.
Get going at your work in the house. When I call next time, don't take so long to come upstairs.
I reckoned it was you, Elton.
Yeah? What's wrong with Pa?
Who told you he was sick?
I saw Doc Watford on the street in town.
Didn't he tell you?
Well, if he had, I wouldn't be asking. Just said he was took down, that he'd been out here to see him.
Well, he's got something that's contagious. They don't know for sure what it is yet, but a lot of folks over in White Bluff have died of it.
Yeah? You don't say.
Elton, Dominic, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Ah, cut it. Don't play the sweet sister pious act with me. You know you wish he'd hit the dirt just as much as me.
Ain't true.
Has he got it bad?
Doc says he ain't too good. He's got a weak heart, you know.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you reckon I ought to go up and sit with him or so?
Ain't you afraid, Elton?
Yeah, that's right. I never thought. What's he doing up there to keep himself busy?
You might know. He's counting his money.
Got the strong box out here. Theo, how much you reckon he's got in that box?
I wouldn't be for knowing. Once I heard him say something about $10,000.
Well, it ain't going to be bad. Big farm like this, well stocked, building shipshape, finest in farm implements, and $10,000. Maybe more. No, sir, it ain't going to be too bad. Don't you give him too good care, Theo.
You stop such talk.
I'll be getting back to town. Wouldn't do for two of us to come down with something fatal. If things get worse, you can call me at Sam's place, huh? Most likely be there playing cards.
Sure you will.
But, don't call me unless things are worse now, you understand?
I understand, all right.
I'll just leave my dear sister to carry on. Oh, which reminds me. Pa never made any will, did he?
Not that I know of. He never expects to die.
Well, don't go putting any ideas in his noggin, little angel. Because if there's any dirty work at the crossroads, I might not be too kind about finding a place for my sweet pious sister to live once this place is mine. Well, bye now. Take care, but not too good care. Catch on?
What living have I ever done? Fetching and caring for Pa and Elton since Ma died. Since I was 10. No time to play. No time to dream. Just work. And listening to Pa growl about expenses and Elton being shiftless. And all the time hoarding more money and counting it over. Money. I don't want money. Except for a pretty dress. I want a time to dream. To walk these moors when the moon is calling. Or when the wind sings like the sea. To climb those blue hills yonder. And maybe twine some wild roses in my hair. I ain't got nothing but wishes for beauty. And there ain't no beauty here. There ain't none at all.
Theo, come, Theo! I'm calling you! Theo!
Elton, is that you? It's Paul. He took worse. Awful bad. Get Doc and come quick. He's yelling and calling for Doc and he don't answer to his office. Get him quick and come.
You gotta find him. You gotta find Doc.
Elton, this word, Pa. He's coming as soon as he can.
Where's Elton?
Standing outside the door here in the hall. Ain't no use for him to come in and catch the fever.
Yes, you want me, Pa?
No, I don't want you. Further away, the better. I don't believe he went for Doc.
Yes, Pa, he did.
I don't believe it. He wants me to die. He wants what I got, but he won't get it. Oh, nobody is. No, he can't take my rifle money from me.
Like that, Pa.
I ain't gonna die, Theo. I ain't gonna die.
Of course you ain't.
I ain't gonna gasp like your ma did and then go out.
No, Pa.
You know something? You can't kill me. Nothing can kill me and take my farm and money. Because I'm gonna have it always. Don't be fooled if I stop my breathing, because I'll come back. Come back to this very room. Ain't nobody to touch my money. For I'll come back. You hear that, Elton?
Yes, Pa, I hear.
Never touch the strong box, because it's mine. Money's all mine. I'll never let it go. I'll never let it go. I'll be here in this room of garden and watching it.
Bill, what's up?
Doc better come quick. Call again, Elton.
Sure, I'll call again.
My box! Mine!
It's right beside you.
The key! The key to my box!
Here, Pa.
Lock it. Lock it tight.
It's locked, Pa. Locked tight.
The key. Put it in my hand. My hand.
Here.
So dark. Can't see.
You've got the key in your hand.
Never take it away. Leave it. Leave key in hand. I'll be back. Be back. It's mine. All mine.
Elton, ain't no use to get Doc. He's dead. Pa's dead.
I was looking for you, Theo. Where you been?
Down in the parlor.
Doing what?
Fixing Pa up a little bit.
You mean you've been touching a dead man in his coffin?
Yes.
How could you do it?
Pa, ain't it?
You should stay away from him. It's catching what he had.
What good now to stay away when I've been caring for him?
There ain't going to be any funeral.
They're going to put Pa's coffin in front of the big parlor window. Then the men are going to cover their faces and come in and carry him to the hearse.
When? What you looking so white about?
Pa, being in there just now
Well, why?
seemed just like he sort of moved when I straightened his tie.
Stop such talk. He's dead in a doornail. Oh, which reminds me. What'd you do with the strong box?
Put it back where it belongs.
And the key, where's it?
I hid it.
And get it for me.
I can't. You heard what the judge from White Bluff said. Ain't nothing to be touched till the probate court has a list of everything.
Did you tell him about the strong box?
No.
Well, then they ain't going to know nothing about it. Because it's mine, see? I'm the oldest living relative in this family, and the money is mine.
No, Elton. There's expenses to be paid for the funeral, no.
Get me the key.
No. Let go my arm.
I want the key, and I want it now.
Stop, Elton. You're hurting me.
Will you get me the key? I'm going to sit in Pa's room and count the money like he always did. I'm master of this house now. Now, you get the key or I'll really choke you.
Let go. All right. All right.
More like it. Well, go get it now. Maybe if you're a real good sister, I'll give you something out of the box for your trouble.
I don't want none of it.
Well, I do. After the farmer's sold and I get all the money together, I'm getting away from you forever.
You can't sell the farm. I've no place to live. Besides, I got a share coming. We share and share alike.
Oh, is that so? Well, we'll see, Sister Pius. You just act like a lady and we'll see. I'm the man of the house now. If you play the game, I might throw a little something your way. Now, you get me the key to the strong box. There's thousands here. Who's at that door? Theo, I'm telling you, get away from the door. Theo?
Mine. All mine.
Who's at that door? It's him. Him, standing in the door.
Mine. My money.
You can't walk. You can't. You're dead.
My money.
Theo! Theo, come here! Theo!
What do you want?
Did you see him?
Who is?
Pa. He was standing right there in the doorway. I heard him speak.
Oh, Elton, you're shivering like Pa did. It's the fever that's coming.
No, it ain't no fever. I tell you, I saw him. Pa stood there in the doorway watching me count the money.
No, Elton. If Pa stood there, I'd have seen him, too. Pa lies downstairs in his coffin. Pa's dead.
Theo, I tell you, I saw him as plain as I see you.
Come on, Elton. Get to your bed. You're tucked down just like Pa was.
No. Look, you said yourself this morning that Pa moved in his coffin.
I only thought it, Elton. Lots of times it seems like dead folks are alive when you look at them. Come on, Elton. Get to your room. Let me cover you up good. You're trembling.
I gotta be sure he's dead and in his coffin.
He is, Elton. He is.
Well, you gotta go down to the parlor with me and make certain.
You've got to listen to me, Elton. I'm afraid we're both took just like Pa. I can feel the chills, too.
We gotta be sure. Gotta go down and look at him, Theo.
All right, Elton. We'll go down. We'll make sure he's dead.
Is it true that old man Dominic really walked the house in search of his money? Can it be that he's not really died? What will the two discover when they go to the parlor and look at the dead man? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
When the children in the Olga coal communities of West Virginia returned to their schools this fall, they resumed the study of history. We, too, like those children in West Virginia, should resume our study of history. How much of what we once knew have we forgotten? Have we forgotten the words of the famous Virginian Patrick Henry? I have but one lamp by which my feet are guided, and that is the lamp of experience. I know of no way of judging of the future but by the past. One of the things we can learn from the history of the past is that many men who have been entrusted with public power have abused it. Free men always try, therefore, to prevent their government officials from becoming tyrants. The people in the United States tried to prevent the officials of the federal government from engaging in tyrannical acts by writing into the Constitution of the United States definite limitations on the powers of the government itself. The people knew, for example, that in the past, when governmental power passed into the hands of a tyrant, he would spy upon the people, invade the privacy of their homes or offices, pry into their personal papers and effects, seize their property, and imprison them without just cause. To guard against such tyrannical acts and to protect their personal freedom, The people in the United States provided in their Constitution that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. The men and women in the Republic of the United States and the Dominion of Canada, where that good Olga coal is sold, will retain the personal freedom they rightfully possess, only so long as they are ready and willing to defend it against any influence which would curb or do away with it. And now, back to the Hermit.
It is a few minutes later. Elton and Theo creep down the stairs of the house, slowly and with fear. Elton is shaking, not only from fear, but with a fever that grips him. And Theo's eyes are bright, the cheeks flush. He, too, on the verge of the malady that has attacked them all. Now they have reached the foot of the stairs. They stand for a moment, hesitant as they reach the parlor door. Listen.
Open the door.
You can see nothing. The door's closed just as I left it. He didn't come through this door.
He opened the door to his bedroom, didn't he? Didn't I hear and see him standing there? Come on.
The candles are burning just like I left them. And he's lying there. I can see from here.
We gotta make sure. Go on. Move closer.
I can see him from here.
Gotta make sure.
All right, Elton. Now look. Look about him. You can see now. He's dead. He couldn't have moved.
Yeah. Sure.
It's just the fever made you think you saw him.
Can't move from here. Can't come after the money.
No, Elton.
I'm going upstairs and get the strong box and take it away from here. I'm getting out tonight.
No, Elton. Not before services in the morning. You can't do that.
I'm getting out tonight. What's wrong? What is it?
I thought...
Stop trembling and tell me.
Look at him. Didn't you see?
What?
His hand. I thought it moved.
Oh, stop it. You can't scare me now. I'm going after the money.
It did move. It moved again just now when you said something about the money.
Good heavens. He ain't dead. He ain't dead at all. I told you I saw him in the room after the money. I'm going after it, and I'm going to take it away where you'll never find it. I'm going to get it now.
Elton, come back. Elton, you can't leave me alone in the house with him. Elton! Oh. His hand moved again. Saw it. Saw it move. He reached out and touched the candle. Knocked him over. Elton, come back! Come back quick! He's knocked over the candles. The curtains are on fire. Elton! Elton, the house is afire! Elton! Help! Help! The house is on fire!
to the ground. Not a stick or a stone left.
Never heard such a terrible thing. Man in his coffin burning to a crisp. Did he find the others?
They found Elton in the house, where there was what there was left of him. Beside him there was an open strong box. Folks say it must have been the box the old miser kept his money in.
And the girl Theo, did they find her?
Yep. They found her this morning, but she wasn't in the house.
Where?
She must have run out the house when the fire started. She let it out over the moors.
She's alive then?
No. They found her dead, too. Doc Watford said she must have caught what her pa had. An exposure during the night killed her.
Poor kid. She was the only one in the family good for anything. The old man was a miser, slave drover all these years, and Elton, he was a worthless pup. Well, sir, her whole fortune went up in smoke in one night. Nobody got the use of any of the old man's money. It's just like it went to its grave with him.
Yep. And like as not, he would be glad of it. I never knew anybody to have such a fever for money as he had.
Poor kid. His little Theo. Mighty pretty, too. She never got anything out of life. Not a thing that she ever wished for, I reckon. Doc Watford said they found her lying at the foot of Old Pine Mountain. Funny thing. She just sort of picked out a nice place to fall and die. And her head was right up against an old wild rose bush that was in full bloom. And her face was buried in the roses.
Took his money to the grave with him. The fever for money that filled the soul of his son brought about his death. Only Theo had a wish before she died, to cross the moors in the moonlight while the wind made music, and to have a wreath of roses twined in her hair. Yeah, turn on your light. Turn them on.
You have just listened to the 509th story by the Hermit, made possible through the courtesy of the Carter Coal Company, producer of Olga Coal, and your friend, the Olga dealer. This year, with the prices of many things rising, the brand of coal you buy is more important than ever. Coal isn't just coal. There are many different kinds and grades. Olga is one of the better grades, and is one of the smokeless coals. It has a higher heat content than ordinary coal, more heat-producing ingredients, and fewer ingredients which produce smoke. Therefore, it pays you to ask for Olga by name. Olga responds readily to the thermostatic controls now on the market again, which can help keep your home at a more even temperature. And for coal stokers, Olga Stoker Coal is specially sized and prepared. Because householders know there's no fuel quite like coal, and no coal quite like Olga, deliveries are still a bit behind the unprecedented demand. That is why it will not only pay you to ask for Olga Coal by name, but to place your order well in advance with your friend, the Olga dealer. To locate him, look in the classified section of your telephone book under Olga, spelled O-L-G-A. He'll appreciate your cooperation in giving him extra time to make delivery, having your bin all ready, and being at home to accept delivery when it is made. If his delivery to you is delayed, it's because deliveries to him have been late. But remember, Olga is worth waiting for. And so is the money that United States savings bonds or Canadian savings loans will bring you at maturity. That's why it will pay you to keep on buying and keeping them.
And the Hermit has more stories for you. Listen in again next week for my hounds howling. I'll tell you the story without end. I'll be back. Pleasant
Characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, and occurrences is purely accidental. This is Ron Gamble speaking.
The Mystery Playhouse, a rebroadcast for the servicemen and women of the United Nations.
Good evening. This is Peter Loring. If you like mystery and suspense, if your tastes run to the macabre or the supernatural, if sweetness and light bores you, then, my friends, you've come to the right place. I promise you, there is nothing sweet and very little light here in a mystery playhouse. High on some lonely promontory, there lives a strange old fellow, known only as the Hermit. His home a cave, hollowed from a rocky hillside. His only companions a pack of evil-looking, evil-smelling dogs. It has been said that no tale of mystery or horror, of this world or the next, has escaped the Hermit's knowing gaze. He knows more, the Hermit does, and he's going to tell you his latest as we take you to the Hermit's cave.
Have you heard this story? Mr. Randall's discovery, eh? And listen, while the Hermit tells you the story. But before starting, you'll have to turn out your lights. Turn them out. Mr. Randall wasn't a scientist, not in the usual sense. He was just an ordinary man, vice president of a small-town bank. He experimented in his basement just as a hobby, and quite by accident he stumbled upon a secret so amazing, so terrifying that, listen.
Bill, a boy 18 years of age can surely think of something to do besides eat the funnies all day long. Where's your father? Dinner's ready.
Oh, he's down in the basement.
Good heavens. Didn't you tell him to come up?
Yeah, half an hour ago. He said...
Sure, he'll be right up. Well, you tell him if he doesn't come up, he won't get any dinner.
Yeah, serve him right.
That man. The only time he can be here when his family's all here, he hides downstairs in that awful old basement.
Hey, Pop! Dinner!
Bill, the neighbors.
Pop! Last one of the table's gargantua's uncle.
Oh, where's man? Edgar! Edgar, dinner is ready.
Coming.
And the dinner getting all cold. Honestly, sometimes I feel like going down there and throwing all that paraphernalia of your father's into the trash can.
It'd take more than one trash can to hold all that junk.
Well, what does he do down there? Will anyone tell me?
Oh, he just potters around with chemistry and electricity.
What does he accomplish? Smokes up the house with those horrid-smelling chemicals, burns out fuses.
Yeah, but maybe he'll invent something someday that'll make us all rich.
For 3 weeks now, I've been trying to get him to fix that towel rack in the bathroom. But he always has...
You don't expect a great scientist like Dad to bother with a towel rack, do you?
Bill, get your hands out of the olives. Wait till your father gets here. Suppose I'll have to attend to it myself, like everything else around here.
You're referring to the broken screen in the bedroom window, Catherine. I was planning to get at it right after dinner.
I was referring, Edgar, to the towel rack in the bathroom.
So, what about it?
Every morning for 2 weeks, I've mentioned the towel rack at breakfast, and every time you've said I'll fix it tonight.
I said I'll fix it, and I'll fix it. My, everything looks good. Pass your plate, Kathy.
Edgar, you haven't washed your hands.
Why, they're clean.
You've been fooling around down in that old dirty basement with heaven knows what. I'm not going to eat out of any dirty plates you've touched with those hands. Honestly, Edgar, you're worse than William was when he was...
No, I've just been adjusting some electrical equipment. I haven't been working with hydrochloric acid or typhoid germs. All right, I'll wash them in the kitchen.
Getting this family down to the dinner table on Sunday is harder than doing a week's wash. And don't dry your hands on my tea towel.
What's that, Kathy?
I said don't use my clean tea towel. How I would like to have just one Sunday dinner where I didn't have to go around and corral you. Father's the worst of all.
Where is it? What'd you do with it?
What?
Where's that pan of water? Pan of water I left on the windowsill.
What?
3 days ago, I put a pan of water in the kitchen window. Now it's gone.
Well, I threw it out.
Threw it out? I was saving it for an experiment.
Well, it was just a pan of water, so I poured it down the sink.
Catherine, I told you to save that. It was full of organisms I was saving for an experiment.
It was perfectly empty, except for the water.
Microscopic organisms, amoeba, spirogyrum things. Can't see them without a microscope. Now I'll have to get some more stagnant water.
Never mind your stagnant water. Sit down and eat.
It makes me sore. Man can't have anything around here.
No use crying over a spilled spirogyra, Pop.
I was talking to your mother.
I'm sorry.
Now, let's not have any arguments, especially over anything so silly.
Silly. That's all the credit a man gets for trying to advance science.
All right, Edgar, dear. Let's postpone advancing science until after dinner.
Man works all week, comes home, tries to relax with a nice, quiet hobby down in the basement where he won't bother anybody. His family throws the specimens.
Edgar, I don't see why you don't take up a hobby that'll at least get you out in the open air. You're cooped up in that old bank all week, and then down you go into the basement, breathing heavens knows what kind of poison gas.
Kathy, are you going to start that again? I'm not going to work with poison gas. I'm not going to blow up the house. Now, let's eat our dinner.
Down? Hey, Pop.
Oh, what, Bill?
What are you working on now?
Oh, well, to tell you the truth, son, I don't really know.
Say, you've got a lot of new stuff down here in the basement, Pop. Hey, what's this?
No, don't touch it. Shortwave diathermy.
Yeah? How much did it cost? Hey, does Mom know about it? Does she, Pop? Huh?
The bank took over this equipment from a doctor that went broke. I got it very cheaply. I don't mind if you watch, Bill, but please don't talk.
All right. Hey, whatever became of that substitute for rubber you were working on?
Well, that was the darndest thing. Turned out to be a sort of butterscotch fudge. Pretty good, too.
I'll be darned. Have you still got the formula?
I didn't write any of it down. I just mixed things together.
Well, it's a funny thing. You know, Dot was trying to make fudge the other night for Sydney, and she got a substitute for rubber.
Milligrams.
Hey, what's in this big barrel, Pop?
CCH. Toothpaste.
Toothpaste? A whole barrel full of toothpaste?
Oh, it's not quite full. I thought I could save us some money by making our own toothpaste.
So you made 20 years' supply.
Oh, it tastes pretty awful. But it worked, though. Remember how stained this elk's tooth on my watch chain was? Now look.
Gee. Gosh, if you could only add peppermint flavor or something.
Well, to tell you the truth, Bill, I'm a little tired of working with toothpaste. This new experiment has gotten me quite interested.
Yeah, what is it?
I may be wrong, but something I've worked out in that glass bottle seems to make things grow very rapidly.
What do you mean?
Well, last week I took some one-celled forms and put them in the bottle in that solution. Then I exposed them to some rays from the diathermy. Somehow, it seemed when I looked at them through the microscope several days later, they were 8 or 10 times bigger. A lot bigger than I've ever seen cells like that get.
Maybe you've got something there, Pop.
Maybe something they can do in any of the big labs, but that's sort of interesting to me.
Well, whip me up a great big amoeba, will you, Pop? I'll lay it on the zoology teacher's desk like an apple.
The trouble is, I don't remember exactly what I had in the solution or the exact setting of the diathermy machine. In other words, there are too many variables.
Uh-huh. Hey, you know, Pop, it's guys like you fooling around in basements that really make the important discoveries. You try the impossible and accidentally make it work.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Pop, can I take the car?
Well, all right. Be in early.
Okay, Pop. Thanks a lot.
Copper sulfate, 12 grams. Well, better make it 14 for good measure.
Hiya, Pop. Oh, I thought you were going to a show at Mom.
Bill, take a look at this here in the tube.
Good gosh. What is it?
I don't know. It grew in there.
Well, it's sort of a grayish-white blob. About the size of an egg.
Day before yesterday, it was only half that size.
Well, what did you put in there in the first place?
Something I found in some stagnant water. I added a sort of salt solution to the water in the tube and rigged up this device that sends a current through the water.
Well, the neighbors are kicking. There isn't a radio on the block that'll get anything but static.
I'll have to invent something to stop that static.
Yeah, or turn off the machine.
Well, I couldn't do that. It'd ruin the experiment. Look at that thing. Doesn't it look as though eyes were forming on it, one on each side?
Yeah, but they aren't the same size.
I've looked through a couple of dozen books on zoology, and there's nothing like it in any of them.
Well, maybe it's a polywog that went wrong. Well, you're not going to a movie then, huh? Huh, Pop? Movie?
Oh, no, I'm a little tired. Here, you take your mother.
Oh, well, I got a date. Well, I'll see you and your pal in the test tube later.
July 8th. My specimen continues to grow. It now is a shapeless mass the size of a cantaloupe, and I've had to put it in a much larger container. Those definitely are eyes on the side of it. They follow me as I move around the basement. I've taken to locking the door. The thing might alarm Kathy if she should come down here. Very good dinner tonight, Mark Town.
How would you know, Edgar? You barely touched it.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I've had a lot on my mind. The bank examiner's been there the last 3 days.
Yes, I know. But that hasn't been worrying you. If I didn't know what the real trouble was, I suspect you of being afraid they'd discover you juggled the book. Now that we can talk just between ourselves, Edgar, why don't you let your experiment go for a while?
Now, Kathy.
Please, Edgar. A hobby is supposed to be relaxing. Yours is making you a nervous wreck.
Nothing of the kind. I feel fine.
You know that's not so. You're pale and thin. Why, I'll bet you've lost 15 pounds the last 2 weeks. You never were exactly overweight, you know.
Kathy, I wish you'd stop fussing at me.
I'm not fussing at you. I just think you ought to stay out of the basement.
Why?
Why? Because I don't think it's good for you to be down there so much.
Can't a man have at least one place where he can be away from everyone, a place where he can think?
Edgar, I never said a word as long as I didn't think it wasn't interfering with your health. But you're spending hours down there. Why, most of the time you don't get to bed before 3 and 4 o'clock. Now, don't look at me like that, Edgar. It's for your own good.
Stop talking to me as though I were a child.
Just see how nervous and unstrung you are, Edgar. What is it you're working on? What are you doing down there, Edgar?
Nothing. I'm building infernal machines. Now will you let me alone? Just let me alone. That's all I ask. Let me alone. It's growing every day. This whitish bulbous lump of protoplasm. Its eyes are larger now. They don't blink, but stare. They focus on me at the basement. I turned out all the lights, but I could still see the eyes. They glow in the dark with a green phosphorescence. The rest of the body, if I may call it a body, looks soft and pulpy, yet muscular like a snake's. It has no appendages as yet. No legs, no claws, just this bulbous, writhing, palpitating mass. It fills me with horror to look upon it. I should destroy it, but I can't. I owe it to science to let it develop. It seems to have stumbled upon some means of stimulating growth. It derives its nourishment from the solution in which it grew. Whether it must live in water or not, I don't know. I put a larger lock on the door as a precaution against I know not what. The thing is helpless now. It has outgrown the large jar it was in before. It's now in a large aquarium tank sealed on all sides. No one knows it's here except me. I wonder, should I tell someone?
father.
About Pop? How come?
He didn't go to the bank this morning.
No, where is he, Beth?
I wish he would. He's down in the basement. But he's not going to work today. Except on next term. Bill, do you have any idea what he's doing now?
No, he won't tell me a thing about it. He sure changed a lot lately. He used to like to talk about his experiments, only then none of us would listen, or else we'd make fun of him.
Sometimes, Bill, I shouldn't say this,
But what, Mom?
sometimes I think your father's mind is affected.
Him? Oh, no. No, he just got interested in something. Everybody that has a hobby does it sooner or later. Well, I bet in 2 weeks he'll give the whole thing up and never touch any of that equipment again.
He's heading for a nervous breakdown. Bill, I've never come across anything like this before since I've known your father. He's been hardworking, yes, but he's always had time for me and for you children. He's never been cross or cranky before. I'm worried about his job.
Vice president, ain't he?
Yes, but even vice presidents get fired. And this not going to work, well, I'm going to see if I can find out what's the matter. You run along to school.
Okay, Mom. I gotta get my book.
What do you want?
It's nearly 9 o'clock.
What of it?
And you afford to spend so much time away from the bank?
I've given that place enough of my time for 16 years.
I know. Don't get all worked up, please. I hate to see so many years of hard work just thrown away.
Catherine, I'm busy. Now go away.
Edgar, you never talked like that to me before.
Well, I am now.
What are you doing that makes you so strange? What have you got down there, Edgar? There's something down there that you don't want me to see, isn't there?
You've got the entire house to do with as you please. Haven't I the right to do as I please with the basement?
There's something down there that's destroying your health and the happiness of our children. I've got a right to see it.
Catherine, don't go down there.
I shall.
Catherine, you're not going to set foot inside this basement.
Reason why?
Because I said no.
That's no reason.
I warn you, Catherine, stop pushing.
Let me come down. Edgar, let me come down.
I warn you, Catherine, stop it, or you'll be sorry. You made me do this. I didn't want to do it. You made me.
Well, each day, Edgar Randall went down into the basement at home, and in fear and apprehension gazed at the thing that was growing in the tank. Then, locking the door to which only he had a key, he went to the bank. Then for days and days, since the morning he struck her, he and his wife have not spoken. A dark shadow hangs over the once happy Randall home. Yes, Edgar Randall is still obsessed with the evil thing locked in his basement laboratory.
It does not need to be submerged anymore. I shut off the current of the wave machine, hoping it would die. It didn't. I exposed it to the air. It still lives. It breathes. It's now in a large tub with a heavy iron grating across it. It fills the tub and is still growing. I haven't fed it anything yet. I wonder what it lives on. It keeps staring up at me from the tub, rolling its two oily-looking eyes. One as big as the mouth of a cup, the other the size of a cow's eye. That grayish-white body is now tinged with a revolting pale green. The flesh, if it is flesh, is shot through with tiny purple veins. The entire shapeless mass writhes in the tub, wheezing in a most sickening manner. What are you staring at? Are you trying to get out? Is there a mind in that sickening mass of throbbing flesh? Do you feel? We'll see. I'll prod that revolting hulk of yours with a stick. You feel that? You do feel. The squishy body draws within itself. What are you? Are you fish or an animal? Or something the like of which has never lived before? A hideous sight. I should have killed you when you were small, a tiny blob inside of a bottle. You can't get out. No, you can't lift that crate. You must stay in that tub. stay till I get up nerve enough to kill you. I've got to go upstairs now. Stay there. In your tub. There in the dark.
Edgar? Is that you, Edgar? Oh, you're in bed, thank goodness. I thought maybe you'd gotten up and gone down to the basement again. Well, you have done that, you know. Gone to bed till I was asleep and then gotten up. Thought I heard somebody out in the hall. It was too quiet to be either. It sounded like you walking in slippers.
Yes, you're right. It is.
All right. Edgar! Edgar, wake up!
Huh?
It's Bill. I heard him scream.
Oh, you were dreaming.
Something is the matter. I'm going.
Kathy, come back to bed.
Edgar, let me go. Something's happening to Bill.
He's just had a nightmare, that's all. He's all right.
If you don't let go of me, I've got to keep the child all right.
He's all right. You don't hear him now, do you?
Well, I never heard him scream like that before. I wish you...
Always getting excited. Always jumping to conclusions. Kathy, come back. Come back. No, it's impossible. Nothing like that. No, it couldn't get out. Good Lord. I'm coming, Kathy. I'm coming, Kathy. Kathy, what is it? Oh, my God. I'll pull it away. Pull it away.
It's wrapping itself around me. It's cold. Out of her body.
Slippery. Like a jellyfish. I can't get hold of it.
No, don't let it get up to my throat. Put it loose, please. Put it loose.
Here's it clinging to you.
Something. Oh, no, something. It's crawling toward my head. No, something.
Let go. Wrapping itself around her head, smothering her. Let go. Let go. Let go. I didn't do it, I tell you.
You don't deny that you were found in your son's room lying beside your wife's body?
It was this thing. You crawl out of the basement, I just...
This thing you refer to, you haven't been able to describe it. Was it an animal, a snake, or what?
I don't know, I told you. It was in the basement and it got out. It was in there for weeks.
Had anyone seen it but you, Mr. Randall?
Oh, nobody.
Mr. Randall, how do you expect these intelligent men and women on the jury to believe in the existence of such a creature as you describe? A mass of flesh. No arms, no legs, no head. Just two green eyes set in a pulpy, palpitating, shapeless body.
That's what it was.
And you would have us believe that this jellyfish had the power to smother your son, an active, athletic high school boy, and then wrap its shapeless mass around the head of your wife, an able-bodied woman, and smother her also. I ask you this, Mr. Randall. Where is this monster?
I don't know. I don't know.
I waste my time and the time of this jury in this court. The defendant leaves you no choice, ladies and gentlemen. You must believe him. You must believe his story, this fantastic yarn about this test tube Frankenstein, Or you must condemn him. Condemn him to the death as a conscienceless killer who smothered the breath of life from his son and from the woman who was his loyal and devoted wife. Which, I ask you, are you going to do?
Tonight, along a dark street in the neighborhood in which you live. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. Pleasant fellow, isn't he? I don't think we've heard the last of him either. I have an idea that our friend the Hermit will pay us another visit soon. But wait, don't go. Not yet. Not until we visit the green room, where the players are rehearsing our next performance at the Mystery Playhouse. Follow me, please.
The Carter Coal Company and the dealers of Olga Coal present
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are well through the first month of a new year. Next thing you know, the winter will be over and you'll be thinking about a supply of that good Olga coal for next winter. But first, let's face today. There's still a lot of cold weather ahead, so go easy on the Olga, folks, and make it last as long as possible. If your dealer can't deliver it and has to give you some other kind, don't get discouraged. I want you to remember that coal with the name spelled O-L-G-A. Your friend, the Olga coal dealer, will do his best for you, and so will the Hermit if we give him a chance to start, so here he is.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story of the Professor's elixir? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
Oh, you can cut out all the falder, El Pepitando. I'm fed up with coming over here every night watching you peer into that red globe of yours or saying a lot of stuff over your steaming kettle.
Mrs. Harold, please. You are interrupting a very important part of my experiment.
Stuff and nonsense. I want results.
You'll have them, I assure you. Patience, my dear lady. Patience.
Oh, what do you mean, patience? Didn't I pay you $500 3 weeks ago in advance? Haven't I been sitting here night after night waiting for you to do something you promised you'd take care of weeks ago?
Please.
I'm beginning to think you're nothing but a faker. Just an ordinary faker. What you going to do now?
What am I going to do now? My dear lady, I am about to perform the last step in the cycle.
Well, it better be good, or else you'll get no $3,000 from me.
It is boiling. Into this kettle of boiling water, I drop this white powder. A white powder made in a formula understood by no one but me. It explodes in the boiling water. Now, see? It sends forth a strange, sweet odor. We are surrounded by blue flames. Some of them reaching out as if to touch us, to lick our hands, our faces.
Say, what is all this?
This,
what is it?
Mrs. Harold, is the last step, as I told you. This is the kettle. It contains the elixir of death.
Oh, yeah?
The elixir of death. Yes. And though the blue flames reach out as if to touch you, they are in reality burning for Justin Harold, your husband, whose life at this instant is counted in minutes. His life on this earth is almost over.
Oh, you better be right, Tondo. You better be, I say. I've had enough of this stuff. My nerves are so edgy I could scream. I want it over and done with.
I told you, my dear woman, that such miracles as mine cannot be performed in an hour, a day, or a week. You wished your husband to be banished from this earth. I am about to accomplish it. Now I stir the elixir to hasten the procedure. Now, come closer, Mrs. Harold. If you look into the blue flame, perhaps you will be able to see what I see.
Oh, nothing doing. You don't get me any closer to that boiling stuff.
As I look closer, I can see Justin Harold. Yes, I see him. He is seated at a table. He is surrounded by books. He's in a library. And on the table at which you're seated, there are cards and a small board.
Yeah, I know.
Someone is seated across the table from him.
Sure, it's Gail Baxter, his friend. When I left the house, they were playing cribbage.
That's it, playing cribbage. That's it. There is a pained expression on your husband's face. He doesn't seem to feel well.
Well, go on.
I must stir the kettle again. Now I can see clearly each step. Very true. Your husband is not himself. Just now, he is putting his hand to his heart. He is trying to hide his distress from his friend. He doesn't wish him to know that he is suffering. He puts his hand through his white hair. He straightens up in his chair. He's trying to throw off the spell that I'm putting on him.
Hurry up, will you?
He's resumed playing the game of cribbage. Watch closely now. We will follow each step as the elixir does its
Well, what have you got, J.H.?
Let's see. 15-2. Double run of 8 is 10. 15-2, 15-4, 15-6. And 6 8s are 12.
Well, now, let me see. 15-2, 4, 6, 8, and a double run of 8 is 16.
Oh.
J.H., what's wrong?
What do you mean?
You can't hide anything from me. I know you from way back. When you're not feeling well, you're not able to disguise it.
I'm all right, Gale.
No such thing. Want to go on playing?
Of course.
J.H., where did Linda go tonight?
I never know where Linda goes. Not anymore.
Well, I'm going to ask you a very personal question. Now, you don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but after all, we've been friends for a good many years.
Ask anything you wish.
Are you still in love with Linda? Are you?
Well, it's not easy for me to answer that question, even to an old friend.
Well, what's gone wrong now? What's holding it up? You said you were going to stir that stuff and hurry things up. If you don't get it over with soon, I'll walk out of here. You'll never get the $3,000.
Your husband's friend is delaying my work.
What do you mean?
He seems to be holding him to earth.
How can he if you're as wonderful as you say you are?
That will do, Mrs. Harold. I am Professor Tondo, holder of the formula of the elixir of death. I do not take insults from anyone like you.
Well, make that elixir of yours work.
Never fear. It shall. As long as the blue flames rise, the end is near for the one under my spell. It will work. Only now, your husband's playing partner interferes.
Oh, if I'd been smart, I'd have had you put Gail Baxter out of the way, too. Snoopy old fossil.
Seems that he is asking your husband questions.
What questions?
I do not know.
Well, if you can see them, why can't you hear them?
I cannot explain. I do not hear conversation. Here. He's taking a change now. Justin Harold reaches out to put the little peg in the little board. But he cannot reach it. He draws his hand back. Yes, the attack is coming on. It's coming on. Blue flames are surrounding him. I see.
J.H., what is it? Justin.
Oh.
I'm going to call a doctor. Your face is as blue as a lake.
Wait. It's too late. I know it.
There, get over on the couch, Justin. Here, now let me help you. That's it. Now, easy, boy. There we are. All right. Get your legs. There. Now, where do you have pain?
I can't say.
Your hands are hot like burning coals. What can I get for you?
Nothing. I know there is nothing. Gail.
Yes, J.H.
You asked me a little while ago if I still love Linda. In a way, I do. She is beautiful. She is young. I married her. I thought I could lift her up. Oh, it's like heavy fumes are choking me.
No, don't try to talk.
I must. Gail, recently I have been afraid of Linda.
Afraid of her?
Yes, very afraid. A strange light in her eyes. Strange actions. The way she has stared at me. Her long absences. Gail, if anything happens to me...
No, nothing's going to happen to you.
Listen, I have never changed my will, for I still love Linda, in a way. But if anything happens to me, I want you to see that there is an investigation.
What sort of investigation, J.H.?
Have my body analyzed. Find out if I have been... Find out if I have been poisoned.
Justin. Great Scott, he's unconscious. J.H., I'm going to call a doctor.
Well? Answer me, Professor Tondo. What is it?
Before I answer you, my dear lady, I will have the remainder of my pay as agreed to in our bargain.
What are you talking about? You know very well I haven't that much money with me. If I took that much money out of the account all at once, I'd have to explain to J.H.
I must have the rest of my money.
You'll get it. Give me time. If you'll tell me what's happened, I can tell you better when I can pay you.
Very well. I can report to you that Justin Harold is no more. He is no longer a resident of this earth. That frightens you, eh? Frightens you to learn that what you wish to accomplish has been carried out.
Stop it.
How about my money now?
As soon as everything's over, I'll be over here to pay you.
Very well, Mrs. Harold. See to it that you complete your bargain. For if you do not, I assure you the punishment you will receive for your failure to do so will be most tragic. Most tragic.
You're my lawyer. What you standing around your two wobbly legs staring at me for? Get me out of here. Pronto, you hear me? Get me out of here before I smash this who's got at smithereens. They can't hold me. You know I didn't poison J.H. What do they think I am, a numbskull?
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Take it easy. Take it easy. That's all you've been saying for the last hour. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Where were you when I needed you? I phoned. I couldn't find you. So what happens? They make me come along like a nice little girl for investigation, for questioning. Investigation, questioning. For what? You know I didn't poison him. Now get me out of here.
If you'll calm down long enough to allow me to talk, I'll explain. We're arranging for bail right now.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? I've never been so mortified in all my life. Do you realize that all the time I was in the limelight, I never had one bad piece of publicity? Now you let me get into this terrible mess.
Linda, you know that your husband asked Gail Baxter to have an investigation, that he expressed a fear that maybe he'd been poisoned.
Ah, stuff and nonsense. I don't believe a word of it. Something that old fossil Baxter cooked up. He's always hated me, been jealous of me. And believe me, I'm going to tell the reporters that.
You aren't going to say anything I tell you not to say.
Oh, is that so, Mr. Jacobs? Well, let me tell you that for letting me rot in here for hours, I'm very liable to find myself another attorney.
Is that so, Mrs. Harrell? Then let me gently suggest to you that there are times when I'm a little bit worried about you.
What do you mean?
There are times when I'm not so sure you've been leading such a noble life. As a matter of fact, I'm a trifle worried over the report that's going to come back from the state library.
That's going to be one on you. A big laugh on you. For I know.
What do you know?
I know they'll never find any poison. Never. They'll never find out what killed Justin Harold.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Rush Wilder, your late evening commentator. Well, first, the investigation into the mysterious death of the fabulously wealthy Justin Harold of this city has been closed. And his beautiful blonde wife, Linda Harold, former nightclub entertainer, has been absolved from having anything to do with his death. No poison was found in the dead body of Justin Harold. As a matter of fact, his sudden death still remains a dark mystery. For though it's been explained that it no doubt was from natural causes, there is still the baffling question of why his face and hands were such a startlingly blue color at the time of his death. Gail Baxter, close friend and crony of the late Mr. Harold, who was with him on the night of his death, has also been released from all questioning. So tonight, the beautiful blonde Linda is a wealthy widow and a free woman. And now for more local news of interest. It seems that...
So you are a free woman, Mrs. Harold. Free to come and pay me what you owe me. The balance of $3,000. And perhaps even more later on. If you do not search me out tonight, if you do not knock on my door, well then, there are the tragic consequences. Oh, yes. The tragic consequences.
Linda Harold, who plotted the death of her husband, is now a free woman. Yes. Will she pay her debt to Professor Tondo? Will she search him out and settle her bargain? Or will tragic consequences fall her lot? The Hermit will tell you before the night is done.
You don't want any tragic consequences to fall your lot, and one way to avoid them in heating your home is to prevent heat wastage in every possible way. I have some more suggestions on how to get the most heat out of that good Olga coal and keep down to a minimum the amount of heat escaping outdoors. For one thing, you may have noticed cold drafts coming in around window and door frames. Well, that can be prevented by caulking the cracks outdoors with a caulking gun that you can rent from a hardware store or borrow from a neighbor. You can also save heat by repairing insulation on the heating pipes in the basement if it gets damaged. That will prevent heat loss down there. An insulating jacket on your hot water boiler can also save heat, and it saves fuel to drain off any accumulated sludge at frequent intervals by drawing off a bucket of water through the tap at the bottom of the tank. Clean water heats with less fuel. Another simple but effective precaution is to avoid leaky hot water taps by replacing the faucet washers often. Incidentally, you can save fuel by using hot water sparingly. And any unused room that you can close off can save about a ton of coal a season. Just shut off the register or radiator if you have warm air or steam heat, but be sure to drain the radiator if you have hot water heat. But let's save the Hermit any further waiting now and let him go on with his story.
It is 2 nights later, and as we resume our story, we hear the buzzer ring. Someone stands outside the door of the spacious penthouse occupied by Linda Harold. Someone
dressed in a dark coat. Someone whose face is half hidden by the dark hat he wears. He waits a few seconds. He presses the buzzer again. Listen. Remove the chain from the door, Mrs. Harold.
I don't want to see you. When I'm ready, when everything's settled, I'll find you.
Let me in now.
Get away from my door. Don't you know it's dangerous to come here? They may still be watching me.
Don't you know, Mrs. Harold, it is dangerous for you to keep putting me off? Have you forgotten my elixir?
Get away.
It will work on others as well as your husband. No one who comes under my power.
Oh, I don't believe all that stuff. You're just a fake. My husband died from natural causes.
So you don't believe, huh? I will go home to my laboratory and prove it to you. Good night, Mrs. Harold.
Now, wait. Come on in. All right. Take a chair.
I presume you have invited me in because you are going to pay me the remainder of the money coming to me.
Ah, listen. Can't you understand English? I told you I'd pay you as soon as I had it, and that's that.
Don't tell me, Mrs. Harold, that you haven't a paltry $2,500 with which to pay off your just debts.
I haven't got anything until the estate is settled. Can't you savvy?
Is it possible that such a wealthy woman as you has no access to borrowing?
Where am I going to borrow it this time of night? Leave me alone, can't you? I'll take care of you when I get ready.
I don't like being put off. When I'm dealing with those in the hire of the devil, I like to watch them very closely.
Say, what do you mean? How dare you say a thing like that to me? It's you who belong to the devil. It's you who talked me into getting Justin ill so that he'd die.
Dear lady.
My hands are clean, I tell you.
No spot of blood. No damned spot. Huh?
I don't know what you mean.
If the world
knew you'd be the one who'd be in the spot.
Yes. And when I explained about you, your part.
Oh, who'd believe a faker? Hey, what goes on?
I don't follow you.
Don't you smell it? The same odor that was in your place when you poured the powder into the kettle.
Yes, it's strange. I believe you're right.
Oh, you brought it in here with your clothes. Now get out of here. Didn't you hear? The paper spoke about the strange odor that was in the room of the house when J.H. died. If they should come here and smell it again, they'd start investigating.
It's quite possible. No, quite impossible. And yet, I'm not mistaken. See, the room is bathed in a blue light.
Look, over in the corner, the blue flames. Blue flames creeping along the wall. Do you see them?
Yes, I
see do something about them. Stamp them out.
Nothing like this has ever happened before.
They're creeping all around the wall. They're coming closer. Stop them.
Look closer. Look into the heart of the blue flames, Linda.
Justin.
You look, Professor Tondo. You can see me as clearly as when you watched me in your laboratory. As you watched when I died. Look. Blue flames are on my hands. I'm coming closer. Nearer to those who plotted my death.
Justin, it's his voice.
I'm coming nearer.
Stop him. Get him away from here. Professor Tondo, use your powers. You can trap the flames.
Professor Tondo has no power over those out of his power. I am one out of his power who has returned to have my revenge. There is no escape from the blue flames. Blue flames that surround me and will not die. Enter now into the realm of the blue flame from the elixir of death.
My hands! My feet are burning!
There is no more help for you than there was for me. Tondo is gone. And now, Linda, there is you.
No!
Only a few seconds left.
Justin, save me!
I am powerless to save you, for I am the blue flame burning until you and Professor Tondo are both banished from Earth. Only then can I rest in peace. Only then will the flame be quenched.
Don't touch me! My face! My hands! My body is on fire!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Rush Wilder, your late evening commentator. A sequel and final tragic chapter was written last night to the death of Justin Harold. For now, there are 3 deaths. One, an unknown man upon whose body there was no identification, and the widow, beautiful blonde Linda Harold. The unidentified man and Mrs. Harold were found in Mrs. Harold's penthouse apartment, both dead. Both bodies the same startling shade of blue as was the body of Justin Harold when he died. It was as if the golden hair of Linda Harold had been washed in blue and then burned by flame. The eyes of the unidentified man and the eyes of Linda Harold were open wide, as if each had beheld a strange and horrible horror. And the room was filled with a weird, sickening odor, the odor of 1,000 deaths. And so the mystery grows and remains unsolved.
And to all but the hermit, and those who enter into his cave, it will always remain a mystery. But those who heard me tell the story know that Professor Tondo and Linda Harold died from the elixir. The professor compounded himself for others. An elixir that devoured those who used it. An elixir of Satan's laboratory. Yes. Turn on your lights. Turn them on.
You have just listened to the 404th story by the Hermit, made possible through the courtesy of the Carter Coal Company, producer of Olga Coal, and your friend, the Olga Coal dealer. That word friend is full of meaning for you these days. The dictionary defines it as one who entertains for another such sentiments of esteem, respect, and affection that he seeks his society and welfare. Isn't that just about a perfect definition of the man who looks after your coal needs? I don't really have to tell you that you can trust your Olga dealer to look out for your interests. You know he appreciates your patronage and wants to keep you on his side. Sure, I know. Nowadays, he can't always give you as much coal as you'd like, as promptly as you'd like it. He can't always even give you the kind of coal you'd like or the size you'd prefer. But you can count on him to do his best. In these war days, that's all anyone can do, so don't shop around for coal. That does no good, just causes a lot of confusion. And above all, don't get panicky about deliveries. After all, these shortages are never as bad as you think they'll be. You're still eating and wearing shoes and clothing, aren't you, in spite of what you've heard? Well, the chances are you'll not freeze either. And remember the reason for all the shortages. What you don't get is going to help those boys of yours and ours at the fighting fronts. By saving every bit of coal you can, you're doing your part on the home front. And remember, when you do order coal, ask for Olga Coal, spelled O-L-G-A, by name. Olga Coal is a good buy because of its smokeless, dustless, economical qualities, so keep on asking for it. And keep on buying war stamps and bonds till it hurts the enemy so badly he'll throw up his hands and surrender. Buying war stamps and bonds is one way that everyone can help win the war regardless of age, health, means, or occupation. Every penny you citizens of the United States and Canada put into war stamps and bonds weighs the balance that much further in our favor against the Japs and Nazis. Buy war stamps and bonds, and don't stop until the enemy gives up.
And the Hermit has more stories for you. Listen in again next week for my hounds howling. I'll tell you the story of Mysterious Return. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental. Jack Lellman speaking.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Oh, stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story without end? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
This is a story of love that has no end, of the deep, dark shadows of sorrow, of dreams that span the bridge of time. It's my story and Lorraine's. I am David Runzel, just an ordinary guy with hopes like yours and dreams like yours. I was one in a foxhole with thousands of boys. And in the nighttime when the enemy was pouring all they had on us, I did what a lot of fellows did. I put my mind on other things, but not so my pal Jim Green.
You're giving us all they got tonight, Dave.
Yeah.
There's a funny feeling a guy gets out here, never knowing just what minute the end is going to come, and yet always so close you can darn near taste it.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing, though. It never seems to get you like it does me.
You know why, Jim?
Got some secret system?
Maybe.
Well, let another guy in on it.
You got a girl back home, Jim?
A girl. Man, I've got dozens.
I've got just one.
I figure there's more safety in numbers. You got just one. How do you know she'll be yours when you get back?
I know, Jim. There was never anyone for Lorraine but me. And there was never anyone for me but Lorraine.
You got more faith than I have, Dave. There's still a lot of fellas on the home front making hay while the sun shines. So they tell me.
I never worry about Lorraine. She's always with me. Always.
Jack! Christopher, that was a close one.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate all of this. Why do we have to be out here, our bodies targets for death?
Quiet, Jim. Think about something else.
You're a fool, Dave. You don't have any more chance than I have.
But I have. I've got faith. You know what, Jim? It always seems that Lorraine is right beside me. Sometimes walking in front of me, shielding me from enemy fire.
That's rot.
You don't have to believe me, but I know it's true. I can feel her presence tonight more than ever. I know she's here beside me.
You expect me to believe in such a thing? As if a person a million miles away could protect you in this foxhole. What's more, it's getting hotter around here. We're in for it tonight.
Faith, Jim. Faith.
I'm afraid, Dave.
Let Lorraine protect you as she does me.
Down, they've spotted us. We gotta move out of here.
Jim, don't be a fool.
It ain't safe here, I tell you. They're zeroed in on us.
Jim, come back. Oh. Jim. Oh, Jim, I told you to stay by me. Lorraine would have protected you. Jim! Oh, you may not believe my story any more than Jim, who lost his life that night. But I knew my darling Lorraine was constantly by my side. No matter how terrible the battle, she was protecting me. When I was in the front line, she was my shield and my protector. When we moved along the roadways and our planes above spotted us, I had no fear, for Lorraine was near me. Since childhood, we'd been pals living on nearby farms. Somehow, even as kids, we seemed to sense that there was a strong bond between us that no amount of kidding from the other kids could harm.
because you're walking home with me, Dave.
As if I care.
They'll bother you all day tomorrow in school.
Let them just try.
Dave,
Yeah?
are you planning to marry me when we grow up?
Well, I guess I am.
I'm planning to marry you, too.
Can't nobody bother us.
Only Pa. He says it's silly for a little girl to have a sweetheart. You are my sweetheart, aren't you, Dave?
Well, I guess so. You're the only one I like in all the world.
More than your uncle and aunt that you live with?
Sure, they ain't like real folks to me. You are.
I'll always belong to you, Dave. Always.
And that's the way it was, right up through the years. We always belonged together. Maybe it was because I didn't have any real folks. I was an orphan, and the folks that adopted me let me call them aunt and uncle. They were good to me. Uncle Henry planned to let me run the farm when I got through my course down at agricultural college. And someday, the farm would be mine. And Lorraine and I, we planned to be married just as soon as I finished my school course and began to run the farm. And then, along came the war, and I had to go. And the evening before I left, Lorraine and I walked to our favorite place for meeting, in the woods, just beyond the clearing of Uncle Henry's place. We had a favorite old log there where we could peer through the clearing and see the house and hills beyond. And a patch of sky to the west where the sun dipped down from sight and sent colored streamers out into the sky. And here, when night came, we could look up above the treetops and see the stars and watch the old moon come riding forth into a purple field. Our trysting place was like a seat in a cathedral. Everything good and clean in life was close to us there at our meeting place in the woods. It was here that we said goodbye.
You don't want me to come into town and go to the station, Dave?
Don't you think it's better to say goodbye here?
We'll never say goodbye, Dave. Never. No matter where you go. I'm always going to be with you.
Sure. I kind of feel like that, too.
And, Dave, when you come back, the very hour that you return to me, I'll know it. I won't come down to the station. I'll be waiting here in the woods, here on the old log. This is where you'll find me.
Oh, Lorraine.
Dave.
You'll be brave?
Yes.
I'm going now. Don't turn and look. I'm walking away, but I'm not really leaving at all. I'll be with you always. Oh, don't turn and look. Before you know it, I'll be back. I'll return and be sitting beside you, here on the log at our old trysting place. And so it was that all during the long days of war, I never felt that I was really away from Lorraine at all, or that she was absent from me. Why, there were times when it was as if I could reach out just a little and find her beside me. In fact, there were times that I could actually hear her voice. I recall the first time I heard it. It was a bad hour. The enemy was giving us everything they had from the sky. Fellas I knew and liked were dropping all around me. Their cries struck terror in my heart. In the midst of all the hellfire and dying, the pain and the terror, just as clear as a bird call on a silent night, I heard Lorraine's voice for the first time.
Do not fear, my darling. I'm here, Dave. Here beside you.
It was so clear, that voice of hers, that I expected to look and see her standing near me. You can scoff if you like. You can shrug your shoulders and pass my whole story over lightly if you wish. But I know Lorraine was there beside me as the battle raged all around. And then it was over. The war was over. And finally the day came for leaving the battle-torn old world, getting on a ship and starting homeward. There was shouting and rejoicing. There was singing and laughter. There was hope about to be fulfilled. There was home just beyond the horizon. We were at sea. Then we were in the harbor. Then on shore. And then soon discharge. I'd made up my mind I'd return without a word to anyone. Yes, I'd fool Lorraine. She said she'd know the very hour that I'd be returning. I wouldn't have to tell her, she said.
The very hour that you return to me, I'll know it. I won't come down to the station. I'll be waiting here in the woods. Here on the old log. This is where you'll find me.
Yeah. We'd see how good she was. We'd test that second sight of hers, that intuition. All the while on the train that carried me towards home, I kept chuckling to myself. We'll see. Just see if she will be waiting on the old log when I come walking into the woods. My heart was pounding with the excitement of my returning, of the surprise in store for Lorraine. Oh, it seemed as though the long train trip would never end. But finally, we pulled into the station. There was a little bunch of town folks around the old depot. I didn't want to see anybody. I waited until the train was almost ready to leave, and then I jumped off on the opposite side. I took to the fields that led out to the road to where our farm stood. It was autumn. Already there'd been a frost, and the old maples in the woods were dressed in scarlet, brilliant red. Under my feet, the dry leaves made soft music. Only a little way further to go, and our log would be in sight. And then, there it was before me. I stopped, dead still. I couldn't move. For there she was. There was Lorraine, seated on the log just as she'd promised. The setting sun made her all golden. Her fair hair was touched with it, and sparks of light danced upon it. She was looking right at me. Now she was standing, her arms stretched out to me.
Oh, Dave.
Dave. Oh, you knew.
Yes, Dave.
You knew I was coming.
Yes, my darling.
Just as you said you would know.
Yes.
Oh, darling Lorraine, you've never been absent from me. Not for an instant.
No, Dave.
You followed me wherever I went.
Yes.
There were times when I actually heard your voice.
Of course.
What did you say to me? Do you remember what you said?
Yes.
Tell me.
I remember. I said, do not fear, my darling. I'm here, Dave. Here beside you.
Yes. That's what I heard you say.
We will never be separated, Dave. Never.
Of course we won't. Not now. I'm home safe and we'll never be parted again.
Never let anyone tell you differently. Never let them say that we are parted.
Oh, what do you mean? We're together. We can't be parted, not ever again.
Dave.
Oh, my darling. More beautiful than ever. But you're so cold. Night is coming. It's chilly here in the woods. I must get you home.
Try and catch me. Try and catch me, Dave.
Well, hey. You can't run away from me like this. Wait, I'll catch you. I'm a pretty fair runner these days. Don't you know I've been in training? Well, hey, you can't hide from me. Well, what do you know? You've pulled one on me. I can't see you anywhere. Lorraine, where are you? Say, you can't run out on me like this. I'll find you. Huh. Well, what do you know? Got out of my sight. Okay, honey, you win. If you can hear me, I'm going up to the house to clean up a bit. See Uncle Henry and Aunt Martha. But I'll be over to your house on the stroke of 7. Do you hear me? At 7. And tomorrow we get the license to be married. Lorraine, can you hear me? The license to be married.
Dave. Oh, Dave. Oh, Henry, it's Dave. He's home.
Hey, my boy. You're home safe.
Oh, what a grand grand feeling to see you two.
Don't he look wonderful, Henry?
Taller than ever and filled out, too.
Oh, we're glad to have you back, David. Glad you made it safe and sound.
Oh, I tell you, there wasn't a chance of me not making it. You know something, Aunt Martha? All through the terrible business, I felt that Lorraine was beside me, protecting me from death.
Oh, David.
And the most wonderful part about it all, even though I never let any of you know I was coming home today, Lorraine had a feeling about it. She was waiting in the woods for me just now at our old log where we always used to meet.
What did you say, Dave?
Lorraine was waiting in the woods for me. I just left her. She sensed that I was coming home today, and just like we planned before I went away, she was waiting for me in the woods.
My boy.
Henry, you gotta.
Didn't you get our letters, Dave?
Well, sure, I got some, but mail hasn't caught up with me now for a long time.
David. Oh, David.
What's wrong? What is it?
Well, David, it's like this.
She couldn't have met you in the woods, David. Lorraine couldn't have been in the woods just now.
But she was. I just saw her.
No, David, no.
Lorraine died, my boy. She passed away just a little while after you went overseas. We wrote you. We finally wrote you about her death.
And now David finds that the person close to his heart, who he has just met at the old trysting place in the woods, is of this world no more. She's a dream and a vision that is ended in death. What will happen to David's life now? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now the hermit again.
And now David Runzel goes on relating the story of his life to the hermit. Listen.
You ask, what happens to my life now? Do you think that I believe that death has separated Lorraine and me? Never. As we reckon time on this earth, my Lorraine was asleep in death at the time she appeared to me on the battlefield. She was not of this world when, in returning home, I met her in the woods at our old and destined meeting place. Uncle Henry and Aunt Martha have taken a place in town. They've left me the farm as they promised, and I'm working it. I've been here 3 months now. Last evening, Aunt Martha came out to see me.
I brought you a pie and some cookies, David.
Thanks, Aunt Martha.
Oh, your Uncle Henry and I worry about you, my boy.
Oh, you must not do that.
But we can't have you here all alone.
I'm not alone.
Davy, you need somebody to keep house for you. You should find a nice girl, court her, and marry her.
Aunt Martha, never.
Oh, it ain't right. It's a sinful, terrible thing, you thinking that a dead girl is beside you all the time.
Oh, stop, Aunt Martha. You can't talk this way to me.
I gotta, David. The living can't bow down to the dead.
Lorraine is not dead.
I saw her lowered into her grave.
You must say no more. It's the way I want it. There's no one in all the world, here on this earth or after, that I want but Lorraine.
Oh, David. It's the war. It's touched your mind.
No, Aunt Martha. There's no use trying to explain. There's a bond between Lorraine and me that is stronger than life, deeper than earth, and beyond all time and reckoning. Sometimes I wonder. I puzzle over the why of it all. Why am I left on earth alone? Why, if Lorraine had to pass beyond, I could not have met her there. But such was not the way it was planned. And I'm not alone. Often as night gathers, when the stars light the sky, when the wind is soft and blows a fragrance in the windows, I hear the door open softly. Lorraine,
Yes, David. I am here.
I can feel your presence, but I cannot see you.
I cannot always return to your sight, but I am ever present.
Yes, I know.
I will always be near you.
Oh, why can't I, too, die that we may be together?
That I cannot answer. There will be an hour, a time for meeting.
You will never appear to me again like you did in the woods when I came home?
No, my darling. Not until the final hour.
Until my death, you mean?
We do not call it death. We who love, for love is stronger than death, my darling. Love is of the spirit, and the spirit never dies.
And so it is I know. The love I bear for Lorraine and the love she bears for me knows no boundary, nor no ending. Do you scoff? Do you shake your head in disbelief? Do you believe, as does Aunt Martha, that my mind is addled by the horrors of war? Do you believe it untrue that my Lorraine, because of death, hath left me? What matter what you say or what you think? I tell you she is with me always, during the soft early hours of dawn, when the sun rides the summit, when dusk falls and the shadows lengthen to bring the night, when the wind sings, when the pines mourn, she is near me. This is my story of love that never ends.
This is the story of David Rudzel, a boy who believes in a love stronger than life or death. This is the story he told me, the story without end. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, and occurrences is purely accidental.